Meredith.
I am so sorry.
No worries. Yeah, all right. All right, let's call to order the Town of Mount Desert Planning Board meeting for, what is today, October 24th, 2023. Welcome aboard. This is a continuation hearing from the 18th. And I will start off with some introductions. So I am William Hanley, I'm chair. We've got Vice Chair Tracy Loftus-Keller. We've got Dave Ashmore with us, and then also other members of the board. We've got voting member, but not tonight, Alan Kimmerly. And then we've got an alternate member, Gail Marshall in the audience. And then online, we've got Meredith Randolph. Hello, Meredith. Welcome aboard. And I'll give you my quick little Zoom spiel. Everybody should know Zoom world by now. Keep your mic off, please. Please sign in on chat. We all know that chat isn't for side discussions. And yeah, let's get into it. So all right, so first time tonight, we had some minutes to approve from the 11th. Guys feeling ready to approve those at the moment?
Go ahead and do it.
Go for it.
Tracy Keller, I'd like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 11th as presented.
Dave Ashmore, second.
Right, all those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, aye.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye. All right, let's keep going. So we've got a subdivision approval application. This is again a continuation from October 18th. There's a public hearing at 5 o'clock, which actually turned into 5:11. And it's subdivision 002-2023. Owner name is MD 365. Agent is Greg Johnston, GF Johnson Associates. Location is 5 Manchester Road, Northeast Harbor, tax map 23, lot 25. Zoning district is Village Residential 1. Purpose is subdivision as defined as the construction or placement of 3 or more dwelling units on a single tract or parcel of land within a 5-year period. The proposal is the construction or placement of 6 dwelling units on a single tract or parcel of land within a 5-year period. And this is workforce housing. And I'll just give a quick summary of where we are at. We have parsed through partially section 5 of the subdivision ordinance, which kicked us over to section 6, which we've completed. And then we've also completed the review of the state statute of section 4404 so far. And now we're back into the subdivision ordinance. And as of last, when we were here Wednesday, we are at section 5.10.2. And the last item reviewed was 5.10.1, and that was where we had a landscape. We were talking about the landscape plan showing the preservation of existing trees 10 inches or more in diameter. And now we're on to 5.10.2, which is open space discussion.
You just reminded me, Mr. Chair, the board asked the applicant for information related to the landscape plan, and I think that's been submitted.
Yes, and I was just gonna ask that the agent just summarize where they're at with that right now.
So we concur with the chair's sort of summary. And we're here for the workforce housing development, and the last request was for a update from the civil plan of the trees greater than 10 inches would be preserved. We mailed that out earlier today. It's on the board here. It's not new information, but it was what the board requested to transpose it. And so with that, I think we're to continue on to section 5.10.2 unless the board has questions on that, which I have handouts, but
Yep.
it is the same information that the transfers over. And admittedly, you could not read some of the prior text, I myself was squinting, so, it's just larger print and on the landscape plan.
Yeah.
Can I get you to sign in, please?
Maybe for the record, just quickly, you could point out the amendments to the landscape plan.
Sure, so the, I'm gonna try to hold this, I mean, trust it, no, I don't trust the easel, so. You'll see, the 18-inch maples, 18-inch maples, 24-inch maple. This is like 6-inch alder, we just had it, so we put the size on there, though it wasn't 10-inch. 8-inch apple, there wasn't a lot of trees 10 inches in greater here, but there are 12-inch spruce. This 14 spruce is just off the site that we included to show it. There's 14-inch spruce here, 12-inch cedar here. 7-inch poplar, 20-inch oak. This is in the area of, to be preserved sort of as part of the buffer. This is 20-inch maple here, again, 8-inch apple over here, so. As board requested, but we couldn't read on the other plan, we've transposed here, so you can see a lot of the ones on the perimeter. The larger trees greater than 10 inches are marked, and the other ones that are also preserved are also there.
Great, thank you.
Trying to remember, Mr. Chair, if the board reserved on this standard 5.10.1, or they found it, that it was met pending the receipt of the plan. To remember which direction that went. Anybody?
I think it's a directive.
Mhm.
Well, it wasn't directed, but the question is, did the board find that the standard was met pending receipt of that, or did they find that they needed it in order to find compliance with the standard?
No vote.
There was no vote.
Yeah, there was
No.
no vote.
Okay,
No.
good, that's what we needed to know. So
Right,
now
so-
we've got the landscape plan. I think it's particularly important because it says a landscape plan that will show the preservation of existing trees 10 inches and more in diameter. So with that, I think you could make your first, the review of the standard, second, the evidence you're relying upon,
Right.
third, your finding.
And that's. Is that the L1 plan, right?
I'd like to also maybe just note in how you deliberated that same standard says it also includes the replacement of trees and vegetation, and I think that's why they want it included on the proposed landscape plan.
Mhm.
So it's a combination of both the existing to be preserved, and the standard also allows the replacement of trees, so I think that should just be part of the discussion, not just
Mhm.
preservation.
The standard. So,
The plan doesn't show us what trees get removed though, right?
It does not show you what trees to be removed.
I don't think that I didn't hear anything in the code saying that you need to, but I just wanted to, for the clarity of understanding what we're looking at. You're just telling us what you're gonna keep, you don't have to tell us what's getting taken down.
in addition to what we're putting back.
Yeah,
Right.
that does.
Yep.
The landscape plan will show the preservation of existing trees 10 inches or more in diameter, the replacement of trees and vegetation, grading, contours, streams, preservation of scenic, historic, or environmentally desirable areas.
I make a motion that given the evidence presented regarding the proposed subdivision design, including the landscape plan, which shows the preservation of existing trees 10 inches or more diameter, the replacement of trees and vegetation, graded contour streams, and preservation of scenic, historic, and environmentally desirable areas. That with the evidence presented, the standard has been met.
Andrea,
No,
no.
not even close. That was a lot of words.
Yeah, and two, we should reference the newly submitted L1 plan or amended L1
Okay.
plan.
I actually thought your memory of do this as the cadence was excellent, Tracy. I think all you need to say is, given the evidence presented, including landscape plan L1, the board motion is to determine whether the standard has been met, and the standard is 4.2.1. If you want to reframe it in that summary fashion, that may be a quicker way to get it done.
Okay, I can't just say so moved.
No, because Heidi needs to hear a board member, so she can get it for the minutes.
Let's see if I can do this.
Yeah.
L1. So, given the evidence presented, including the presentation of the amended L1 plan, the components of the open space provision, I'm going off key here. The standard has been met.
Yeah, if you just put the number in 5.10.1.
5.10 the standards of 5.10.1 have been met.
I'll second that.
Right. Heidi's still writing.
All right. Want to hear?
Sure.
Given the evidence presented, including the presentation of the amended L1 plan, I think we just went with the standards of section 5.10.1 have been met.
Mhm. The L1 landscape plan.
L1 landscape plan.
All good.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
myself, William Hanley, aye. All right. Moving on, 5.10.2. Let's see what 5.10.2 is talking about. So 5.10.2 says that the board may require the subdivider to reserve an area of land as an open space and or recreational area for use by the property owners in the subdivision. 5.10.2.1 goes on to say the property owners may enter into a written agreement with the selectmen for development and or maintenance of the reserved land. But all costs of development and maintenance shall be borne by the property owners of the subdivision. The method for apportioning the cost as between individual property owners shall be subject to approval of the town selectmen. Andy?
Yeah, so what I would do is, the applicant has the standards before them. Your usual question to the applicant as to what portions of the application or supplements show that the standard is met. Might give us a starting point, because it's not every subdivision that even proposes a written agreement with the selectmen. It seems
Yeah.
to be the exception rather than the rule.
Okay.
So,
And then just to go on to 5.10.2.2, it says also that the obligation to provide for the cost of development and or maintenance of the reserved open space shall be included in the conveyance of each parcel of the subdivision to its rightful owner. And so if I'm not mistaken, Andy, isn't the first question is if the board is requiring that the subdivider reserve an area of land as an open space or recreational area?
that's correct. It's a discretionary standard, but before you even address that standard as a board, it's probably sage to ask the applicant what they did with respect to the standard
Okay,
in their application.
perhaps Greg, you could let us know how you've addressed section 5.10.2.
So I agree with, Mr. Hamilton, it is a discretionary, so the board may require, I think with regard to, what open space is used for is for passive recreation. This area is adjacent to places with sidewalk, walking distance to the ball field, the soccer field, the school in the neighborhood. So I think the intent of making sure there's passive or active recreation for people exists in the neighborhood. That's what the DR district is for. I think that subdivision as its place has those opportunities, and whether the board wants to maybe additional passive recreational spaces is your thing, that's at your discretion. The subdivision itself, in a July 14th exhibit, we supplied an example of what is available under the PCAP, the July 14th Submittal. Page 8 will look something similar to this. The ordinance references open space as an area of low intensity recreation or other outdoor passive living. So if you look at the site, there's more than 53% of either garden space, outdoor spaces available for those activities, whether it's gardening or being outside in a passive way. Whether the board is going to mandate it in a neighborhood that can walk to all the facilities that the mill rate supports, I guess will default to your discretion, but we have demonstrated on July 14th exhibit the how and what is available, and presented in the context of what's available to the neighborhood. So that's I think how we talked about open space, and we'll defer back to the board.
Just a question to the applicant through the chair, if I may. When we get down into section 516(2),
That's where I was gonna go.
subsection 3, there's an open space requirement. And I'm just wondering how the applicant team is thinking about open space, because we could create a little bit of foundation for ourselves in 5.10.2 before we even hit 5.16.2 subsection 3, open space requirements.
Yeah, how those two sections dovetail together, 510 and 516.
Because 510 is a discretionary standard that says may require the subdivider reserve an area of land as an open space. And then 516.2, a provision that the applicant has relied upon for purposes of the density calculation, as this 0.3 requirement, open space requirements. Does say cluster subdivisions must include open space that meets the requirement. So
Andy Dan's got his hand up.
defer back to Dan.
Yeah.
So we'll get to the 516 stuff. The rest of the team will address that, but the remainder of 510.2 that the board needs to ask about is the provision for cost and development of the open spaces that we have. And I just wanted to point out that the board has the condo declarations. Article 4 and 8 identify the open areas, the garden areas, as common elements. And they place the exclusive financial burden of maintaining the open space on the unit owners. And the responsibility for actually policing that on the condominium association. The board has that.
So what sections are those, Dan?
Article 4 and Article 8.
Okay.
Article 4 identifies the common elements. It indicates they can't be changed without association permission. It also indicates that the association is responsible for the maintenance. Article 8 talks about unit owners' responsibility and the unit owners and invitees easement to use the common area.
And it's referred to in the condo declaration appropriately as a common area,
Yes,
but that's where your open space is.
correct.
So the responsibility is to keep the common area configured as presented as part of this developmental review. And then the only way that can be changed is by association vote.
That is correct.
That would raise for the board the question, do you care that the open space be consistent with what's shown on this plan? Because it could be amended. That's at least theoretically possible. It may be hard to get what's the percentage vote required of the condominium association?
I am not looking at that right now. I believe it's greater than a majority.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, I think the applicant is, their cadence is correct. They're basically saying they presented a plan to you that shows the common area that includes a fair bit of open space. I think Greg's comment was 53% of the project area
Mhm.
is not designated open space, but that's what in fact is shown on the plan, if I would read you correctly. 53% of it is open space.
Yeah, and I think if that's true.
Okay, so if that's the case, the only question for the board is, and that's why I think you've got the discretionary authority, is if an applicant came to you and didn't set aside any open space, you definitely want to say, gee, we think you should have some open space. This applicant has satisfied, I think, both the first part of 5.10.2 by reserving an area of land as common space, as the way condominium law requires it be referred to. But that's in effect, what they're saying is, that's not the footprint of the building, and therefore, it's not your specific individual unit, it's common area, so that all the unit owners can use that common area. The question that I think is posed for you by the honest and complete reading of the condo provisions, Articles 4 and 8, is there's a provision that says it's got to remain the way it is unless there's a vote of the association.
Mhm.
Question for the planning board is, to protect the town's interest, do you care that they preserve about roughly that amount of open space, even if the condo association could change that?
I think Mr. Burns has something to say.
But I first want to have the board understand what the purpose of this is,
Hey.
and I don't know that we want to open this up every time we get to a section, but I defer to the chair. I'm still
Well-
trying to figure out what this provision means in the context
Well,
of this project.
Let's get all the input first. So, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the applicant has pointed out, there are, the applicant's description of their open space relies on the language in section 5.16.2. That's where the passive open space language, recreational space comes from. The 5.10.2 standard is framed as a discretionary standard. The abutters have taken the position including in their July submission, that this needs to be read in conjunction with the mandatory open space requirement that is imposed by 5.16.2 in reference to workforce subdivisions. I believe your attorney correctly noted that in any event, the 5.10.2 open space is described as space that is reserved in something that is in a manner that locks that open space into into that recreational and open space use, and something that can't be changed at the whim of the developer or the condo association at a later date. If the board views the two provisions as distinct, then the abutters are more than happy to discuss the record evidence as to the mandatory open space standards when you get to section 5.16. However, our position has been throughout that they need to be evaluated together, and the mandatory open space requirements would be a more specific requirement that would supersede the permissive nature of section 5.10.2.
So you guys understand where we're at with this? Yeah.
To try to be helpful and so we don't get fetched up in a long time, particularly where I think there's a middle ground here, where you can take what the applicant said, you can take what the abutter said, and you can just determine whether in fact there's been an offer made via the graphics, and that the requirement of 5.10.2 subsection 2 has been met.
Well,
Then the only residual question that you'd have is, do you want to set the floor such that the association vote can't take you down below the floor? That's really the only question, I think. That's the middle ground.
So based upon the submittal on the July 14th, based upon the July 14th submittal on page 8, they're showing the reserved area of land for
They're calling it common area.
common area.
Yeah, and they're not necessarily treating it as reserved. I think the term reserved means there's a reservation of that land perpetually.
Mhm.
I think there's a conditional reserve. And the question is, do you want to create the floor or do you want to leave it the way they have it?
Mhm. Any thoughts, Meredith?
Well, I guess there's the point of what like, why does the code have this in it? And one of the things, I guess what's shown on page 8 of the July 14th application seems to me like it shows the the area covered of the lot as opposed to what's not covered. I don't know. I guess it comes down to what the point is, because the land that's directly around each unit, I would hope that each unit owner would consider their area to develop and recreate, and that the kid next door isn't going to set up a fort right underneath their bedroom window. Like they're sort of is all treated as common area. And I would think people would take better care of their property and take better ownership if they had the sense of the open area directly around each unit was specifically for their use, and that the open land for this ordinance, I would see is that back corner area that would be like a common area that kids could play, or maybe the community develops a little community garden or something like that. But and that there'd be that area is where the whole community has to vote on how that area is used.
What tab in the materials or the condo declaration?
18.
18.
It's in the supplemental, it's like 14.
It's in the supplemental on
Got on page 10.
page 10, did you say?
What you're looking into.
That's just, that's why.
So again, is the board going to require that the subdivider reserve an area of land as an open space recreational use area for property owners in the subdivision? I would think,
Can I just ask you a question, Bill? Maybe you
Yeah.
can direct this to the chair. If my question to you is clear. It would seem to me that, the neighbors care and the town should care that what's depicted as common area to be used as garden area, open space. And I don't think we can impose our own individual values on how that common area is going to be used. That's really up to the declaration of condominium. Typically, you don't have unilateral individual control over the common space. It's shared as common space. But again, back to this question of, does the board help to set the floor such that the association couldn't amend down below the floor? And I think the floor is largely set by this sketch that does set aside 53%.
Mhm.
Does it have to be 53%? I suppose we'll get to that when we go down through 5.16.2 subsection 3. That's why Mr. Burns' comment makes some sense to me. But I think the middle ground remains, if the applicant were willing to address this question as a matter of project design, maybe we could just solve this. The question would be, is the project design so that what was presented in the July 14 submittal is something that you think, as the project developer, you could live with long-term as a minimum open space / recreation area, such that if that plan is fixed, it could go higher than it, but it couldn't go lower than that percentage of open space. You have addressed the implicit question that the board has to address every time it reviews 5.10.2 as a project, and that is, do we need to require? Or perhaps if it's already locked up, you don't. I haven't heard that yet, though.
Mhm.
Alternatively, if it's not,
But-
do you want to set the floor? That's the question.
Setting the floor, and are we required to require it? And in the context of that, we're gonna have to review this when we get to 516, right?
Right.
So why wouldn't we require it?
The other thing you could do is you could, defer, your review on this standard as you did last time on 5.10.1 until you have the information you need and to decide 5.10.2. That's another choice.
Greg,
Couple of points, that I think similar to, as we suggested, 5.10, well, 1, 5.10.2, and subset 1 and 2, we could entertain, basically whether we're gonna endeavor any degree of, conversation with the select board. We've already demonstrated in 10.2.2 that it's gonna be maintained by the association, so I think that would be easy to say those are there and discuss and maybe make a motion on them and how you feel. And if the conversation is deeper, defer 5.10.2 until we get through 5.16. I think that we could have a more informed discussion there, similar as we had done on the prior standards. That was my point. The second point I wanted to make, that whether or not it's common areas or open space, and whether or not we're changing it, we don't have to decide in this standard whether or not you have to make some special conditions for that. 5.13 clearly, section 5.13 clearly states no changes in erasures into the plans can happen. So what we presented, if it's changed, we would have to come back. So I don't know that there's you need another mechanism at this moment to say, you know, do we need another number that you're comfortable with? We presented the landscape plan. The passive recreation is defined in the ordinance, so you already have the key for that enforcement in 5 section 13. That if we change the plan, we would have to come back for your approval. We're not presenting anything different than we have in the plan through this discussion of.
and it isn't the kind of the definition of the floor, Andy, also kind of defined by the lot coverage of the lot.
Which is why I think what, Mr. Johnston, as an agent of the applicant, has suggested is that we might choose to do 5.16.3. Excuse me, 5.16.2 subsection 3 before you decide 5.10.2, because you may conclude that you've got in the application what you need. Particularly in light of what, was offered with respect to revisions and modifications of acres. I do agree that you have to come back to the planning board if you want to revise the plan. So.
I'm kind of feeling we should defer this and get into 5.16.
Do we have to do these other ones in the interim or just gonna?
Yeah, I think you could proceed sequentially. You could just take a motion to defer the decision 5.10.2 until the board's complete its review of section 5.16.2.
Because between, yeah,
Okay, I'll make a motion to defer decision on section 15.10.2 until such time as we have had discussion on section 16.2.
5.10.2 is being deferred.
Yes.
Got it.
Dave Ashmore, second.
Right. All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye. Okay, so 511 wells. 511.1 says that because they're difficult to maintain in a sanitary condition, dug wells may be permitted only if it's not technically feasible to develop other groundwater sources. And then it goes on to 511.2 to say further about wells that the applicant may be required to show the availability of adequate potable water. A test well may be required if a public water system is not utilized. I would think that 511 is NA because you guys are connecting to town water.
Where does that appear in the application? If you've got it.
We have the capacity statement from the, exhibit 9 is the capacity statement from the, water district. And tab 10, shows the utility plan connection with the water main to the site.
Yeah, I think that's the basis for that motion.
What do you think?
Okay. Given the evidence presented, section 5.11 wells is NA. Based upon the documentation or exhibits at tab 8, no, tab 9. The Mount Desert Water District letter of February 7th and tab 10. The site utility and geometric plan, C1. And does that have anything to do with it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Okay, right. For those items,
The standard is.
the standard has been met.
Or, well, this, sorry, the
Oh,
standard
it's
is
not
not
appli-
up.
not
My
appli-
bad.
Not applicable.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. Right, section 512, I thought we had gone through this before, but. The performance bond and I think, wasn't that part of section 6 or?
I think it was also when we were going through the completeness review, we had a lengthy discussion about whether to require a performance bond and then just had the board determine that you were not.
Everybody remember that? Yeah, so let's just read about it quickly. So 512 performance bond and 512.1 says that the board may require that the subdivider file with the board at the time of submission the final plan, a performance guarantee in an amount sufficient to defray all expenses of the proposed improvements. This may be tendered in the form of a certified check payable to the treasurer of the town or a performance bond running to the town and issued by a surety company acceptable to the town treasurer, or a letter of credit satisfactory to the town treasurer. I mean, and it goes on to talk about that the conditions and amount of such certified check or performance bond shall be determined by the board of the town and with the advice of the municipal officers. So,
Yeah, the reason for that is if you get down to 5.12.4, when you're ready, you
Yeah.
have to do it too fast. There's an alternate way to meet this requirement.
right, so
I think it may make sense here.
yeah, so 5, I'll just bear with me here.
Please.
So the, back to 512.1, the amount shall be at least equal to the total cost of furnishing, installing, connecting, completing all the street grading, paving, storm drainage, and utilities or other improvements specified on the final plot plan within 2 years of the date of certified check or performance bond for such period of time as the board may require. 512.2 goes on to talk about that the board may recommend a maximum extension of 12 months to the guaranteed performance period when the subdivider can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board and municipal officers good cause for such extension. 512.3 says that before a subdivider may be released from any obligation requiring his guarantee of performance, the board may require certification from the appropriate municipal officers to the effect that all improvements have been satisfactorily completed and in accordance with all applicable standards. And then now to 512.4, the board may, at its discretion, waive the requirement of a performance bond and recommend a properly executed conditional agreement with the town. Such agreement, if executed with the town, shall be noted in writing on the final plot plan and shall provide that the board may approve the final plot plan or any part thereof on the condition that no lot in the subdivision may be sold and no permit shall be issued for the construction of any building or any lot on any street in the subdivision until it shall have been certified in the manner set forth in paragraph 512.3. Above that, all improvements have been made within 2 years or such other period of time as the board may require of the date of executing such conditional agreement.
So the reason this makes sense to me, particularly if you substitute the word unit for lot everywhere it appears in 5.12.4, is this is a developmental subdivision. And so, to say to the subdivider, you can't sell units in the project until you've completed the improvements. That's typically, I'm gonna look over at the code so if I can barely see, that's typically what you do when you say you can't get a building permit, and you certainly can't get a certificate of occupancy until the stuff is done, and the building's ready to be occupied.
Mhm.
So in the context of this developmental subdivision, a performance guarantee doesn't make as much sense to me because there isn't a lot of infrastructure to be built out that already exists.
Mhm.
There's some connections that have to be made, but I think it's absolutely fair to the applicant to say, enter into an agreement. By the way, you draft the agreement, applicant and its counsel, and submit it to the board and its counsel to say, this is what we're gonna do in response to the board, if you should decide that you'll waive the requirement of the performance bond and say, you can't sell units in the project until you've got the connections made.
Mhm.
Because that's really what's gonna determine the occupancy of the units. I think that makes sense, but I'd want to hear from the applicant as to whether they agree.
I just point out that the board, we went through this, a completeness review in great detail. And the board, and we could have come prepared with such an agreement if the board had indicated that it wanted it. The board found this section to be, that it didn't feel that a performance bond or written agreement were necessary. So, we've got.
I hear you on the first part, Dan. I think that was their determination. I didn't hear the second part.
Well, they addressed the section, Andy, as part of completeness review, and I don't, so conceptually, all of this is fine, we're dealing with a tight time window here. If Ashmore's leaving us in a matter of days, and I don't want a situation where compliance with the agreement provision here is going to stop a vote on the application.
It shouldn't, for this reason, Dan. Just read the standard. reading. Such agreement, if executed with the town, shall be noted in writing on the final plat plan and shall provide that the board may approve the final plan. They can do that tonight. They can do that next week. They can do it whenever the board needs to in order to move this along. But it says may approve the final plan or any part thereof on the condition that no, and I would again request that the agreement say not a lot, because this is a condominium style developmental subdivision, no unit in the subdivision may be sold and no permit shall be issued for the construction of any building or any unit in the subdivision until it shall have been certified in the manner set forth in paragraph 5.12.3. The whole cadence of performance guarantees is you set that in motion and then it's done after the approval. It's self-executing after the approval. So there's nothing about 5.12.4. If the board wants to entertain what I'm suggesting as a possible option, because I think it could be done rather promptly.
Greg.
I'll just go back to the fact that the board has the discretion, and I don't think 5.12.4, where it says, if they waive a performance bond, which does occur, that you have to go into a conditional agreement.
Doesn't say you have to.
I just wanted to finish that. It is actually more common and happens here all the time that a condition of approval, other than an agreement, that has to go through these other steps. The condition of approval is very common. That condition would be such that no occupancy permits to be given until all improvements are satisfied. That is common because you can't sell a unit unless it has sewer and water. So I just want to make sure the board knew that they didn't have to choose between A and B. It's discretionary. You also have the tools of conditioning how improvements occur. We already know that we're not extending the public way to an extent that would warrant a performance bond. We made that decision. So how does the guarantee happen that the improvements to the satisfaction to grant? Well, they can't get an occupancy and sell it unless all those improvements place. So I think there's a third option for you, which will have more flexibility than just if this, then that, it's a condition, and that's pretty common.
I'd agree that a condition of approval can substitute for the conditional letter. But I'd say that it's not just the occupancy permit. This makes clear that no sale of units, no construction permits, no building permits issued until the requirement's been met. So, yeah, I think that's a fine suggestion. If the board's comfortable with that, I think that's consistent. But the concern I had when looking at 5.12.4 is if you waive the requirement, it then says you can at your discretion do something. And I would agree that a condition of approval can be the equivalent of this conditional letter. You can just track the language, just remember when you make the motion, substitute the word unit for lot. Because this is not a raw land subdivision, this is a developmental subdivision. So it's units as opposed to lots.
It also says that they may recommend.
Yeah, you don't have to do any of
May
this.
or may not.
But I would say, remember that there are two sides appearing before the board as part of this review. And if you can do something to address what the standard seems to suggest, you should address it. Because then a court can't say, well, they failed to address the standard. So I'm thinking about this for the benefit of all parties in this proceeding, but especially the town. And I'd rather see you take a vote to do something than say, we're simply waiving any requirement whatsoever. They can do this project any way they want. There's a purpose to having a cadence to how a project gets sold and built out. And it's right there in 5.12.4.
Can I just say, have a thought?
Go for it.
I just, so as we talked about this performance bond before, it's to protect the town that if they should go bankrupt or something, you know, that they fail to complete the project, the town isn't left holding a half-done project which this is all on private property. So that's why we decided before that we didn't need a performance bond, because the town isn't really exposed to any risk of having to complete the development for them. And if we go to this and we say you're required to complete all of the development before you sell any units, it doesn't really make sense to me. I guess most subdivisions, they don't build every single house in the subdivision and then start selling houses. And I don't imagine that they will necessarily either. They'll have to develop the sewer and they'll have to develop the water infrastructure, and then put in a unit and be constructing maybe the next one. You know, that it won't all be complete before they sell one seems unrealistic to me. And really, the infrastructure that we would be worried about them completing before they sell anything would be that sewer and water to each unit, which they couldn't sell a unit unless it was complete. So I guess we could require it, but it's inherent that how could they possibly sell a unit without water and sewer to the unit?
So could I respond to Meredith's question with a question through the chair?
Go for it.
Here's the question, Meredith. If we could find out from the applicant, this is a fairly mild-mannered 6-unit developmental subdivision. Does the applicant intend this is going to be an integrated design and construction, or you're going to do unit by unit build out? And when you get to the 6th unit, that's when you know you'll have completed the project, or are you going to work on all 6 units at the same time?
I think it would be unit by unit over time, and to help the board consider, because it does make a divide, that it's common that the utilities be in place. And let's go to another situation. If I bought a lot and it was promised to be developed and there wasn't sewer and there wasn't water, and you'd say, how did you guys approve this? I bought this lot and I don't have, so I think there's some accountability there. And so it would seem that having the sewer, water access and infrastructure in place before getting building permits is what this is after. It's making sure that a citizen who reads the ordinance knows that this was approved and my stuff's in the ground. They're not gonna buy a house, stuff's on the ground, whether their agreement is like the developer or not. But the board has said, yes, you need sewer, water, and electrical in the ground and access before you can get your building permit. So I think that's what this is after.
Yep.
And I think you can condition it upon it. That's really the meat of the order. And I think there's merit to that, because
Kim's got her hand up.
Section 7.2 of the subdivision ordinance says no lot or unit in a subdivision may be sold, leased, or otherwise conveyed before the improvements upon which the lot depends to be fully serviced, i.e. sewer, road, water, are completed. In accordance with the provision of the ordinance, up to and including the entire frontage of the lot.
Yeah, but Kim, parse this with me. Do you read, unit, which is the operative word for us? It's not law. Do you view the word unit in that section as capturing all 6 units? I mean, Meredith question could make sense. In my mind, this is just a very, mild mannered 6-unit developmental subdivision. I was kind of surprised to hear the answer from the applicant that they would want to do it unit by unit. I would think that this is a project that's going to be done as an integrated project. You're not going to spend all the money
Sign in.
on sewer, road, and water unless you're ready to connect all the units. But it does say that, Kim, it says no unit in the subdivision may be sold, leased, or otherwise conveyed before the improvements upon which the unit. See, the question is, does the singular imply the plural upon which the lots depend to be fully serviced? In this case, it's a fairly integrated 6-unit project, and I don't want to get fetched up on this, and it seems like we're spending more time than we need to on this section, but do you view 7.2 as addressing units in the plural or unit in the singular? Because it matters. There's no unit in the subdivision may be sold, leased, or otherwise conveyed before the improvements upon which the units depend to be fully serviced or completed in accordance with the provision of the ordinance.
You're gonna get your infrastructure in the ground, right? You're gonna develop what you need to build, to bring these units onto the property first. And then, but you're gonna bring the units on one by one, but you're gonna have the full infrastructure ready for them.
that's
Right?
correct. So I think that without splitting hairs, the condition that could be made in section 512(4) is that the infrastructure described in the section, if we just look in section 8, is in place prior to the building permit being issued. That is it. We are installing the infrastructure for the units of permitted.
Mr. Burns had his hand up.
So the abutters position is that the performance bond requirement here is an either or as established in the ordinance here. The board may, in the alternative, require a performance bond or at its discretion waive that requirement of a performance bond and recommend that the property be that a properly executed conditional agreement with the town take its place. The rationale behind that and in conditionally barring the sale of any unit or lot of the subdivision prior to the completion of required infrastructure is not just to protect the town in the case that the developer goes bankrupt, but it's to prevent the developer from simply selling all of the units, divesting themselves of the any legal obligation to the lot and walking away before the infrastructure is completed. I'll remind the board that the record discloses that the road that accesses all of these units is going to be utilized by trash collection, by emergency services potentially, and other town services. It would behoove the board to ensure that the developer upholds all of the infrastructural requirements that they have put forward in the manner that is laid out in section 5.12.4, as the board has already determined that they are not going to require a performance bond. the plain language of the ordinance will require that.
Okay, I apologize, I have a cold and I'm a little less patient than I normally am. You've heard the applicant say 4 times now that it would agree to a condition of approval of exactly what 5.12.4 said, that the infrastructure is going to be built prior to the issuance of building permits and certificates of occupancy. That complies with section 7.2, complies with the subdivision of condominium act, and it complies with this section. We're not arguing with Mr. Burns, we're not arguing with the board. We just think that it's convenient and appropriate to do it as a condition of approval, and we move forward.
So because this is a bit nuanced, I'm gonna just provide you with the recommended form of motion, and then the board member could say so moved if you agree as we move on. So under 5.12.4, based upon the evidence and the submittals, the board moves to use its discretion to waive the requirement of a performance bond and instead to impose a condition of approval on the project that that needs to be noted in writing on the final plat plan. That no unit in the subdivision may be sold, and no permit shall be issued for the construction of any building
I mean, wouldn't we just say per the standards of section 5.12.4?
But what I'm trying to do is capture it, because 7.2 is a little bit different than 5.12.4. I think 5.12.4 gives you the language for the condition of approval that you need. So can I ask Heidi if you were able to stay with me as I provided just a recommended form of motion? The board can decide to reject the recommended form of motion, come up with its own, but I'm just trying to get it in front of the board so that the board can act on it. So,
Do you want to hear what I have?
yeah,
Under 5.12, this is a little bit abridged. Under 5.12.4, based on the evidence and submissions, the board moves to use its discretion to waive the performance bond and instead impose the condition of approval that needs to be on the plat, included on the plat plan, that no unit may be sold and no permit for the construction of any building. And I think
of any building or unit in the subdivision until the infrastructure for the project shall have been certified in the manner set forth in paragraph 5.12.3.
Just say that that's.
what was
Wait, but go for it, Meredith.
Just say, should we specify that it's water, sewer, storm drainage is the infrastructure that they need to, what about electrical?
Well,
How's-
5.12.3 gives you everything, Meredith.
Yeah.
So, because it relates to 5.12.3, if you look at 5.12.3, it says all improvements have been satisfactorily completed in accordance with all applicable standards, state, federal, and local codes, ordinances, laws, and regulations.
But
So,
the improvements include the units, so how can they get a building permit and if they have to have completed the building before they're allowed to get a building permit?
no, it says you can't get a building permit until you've done the infrastructure. That's essentially what it's saying. So I'm gonna just continue, Heidi. Where were you last?
do you want me to reread it from?
No,
the
not the
start?
whole thing, just what's the last
Okay,
two words?
certified in the manner set forth in section, I think it was 5.12.3, that's what.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
That's as far as I've gotten.
But all it says is the improvements, and the buildings are part of this subdivision's proposed improvements.
No, the improvements refers to in 5.12.3 are the infrastructure improvements. That's not referring to building improvements. So
But
I'm
it's not-
gonna finish the form of the recommended motion, then you can tweak it if it's the board's pleasure. So almost there. And that all improvements be made within 2 years of final approval. And I've got a question for the applicant's counsel to make sure 2 years is enough time and that 2-year time frame is told if there's an appeal. Because I faced that condition in other projects, and I can tell you appeals can take a while to get resolved, as you know. So,
Well, under your municipal ordinances, Mr. Hamilton and Mount Desert, we can't do anything in Blue Earth until we have final approval, and that means that final approval is once the appeal process.
okay, so that's how you want to construe it, final approvals. I think that's the way to look at it. Yeah.
I would like to amend that to be expelling the appeal period following an appeal, but whatever, it's just 30 days beyond a decision.
Yeah, the question I asked Attorney Palladian, he answered well, was whether final approval in his opinion means once all appeals have been resolved.
Just curious from a permitting perspective, would you then be filing for like an infrastructure permit first and then coming back for the building permits or?
We have to do that.
Yeah,
We'd have to have the plans approved by sewer and water district. And then they would have to be tested, and then they would have to certify, and then the appropriate municipal official would have to say, yes, they're in place.
Mhm.
So yes, that is how it will unfold. And typically that is how it's happening.
And then you come back for a construction permit for each unit. Yeah.
So does the improvements include the driveway and also the building to be used for storage, the garage building? Does that fall under improvements?
I would say that the driveway, yes, and the building itself, that renovation maybe forthright as good space to be used during construction. But that building already stands, maybe some interior renovations that might be possible that would facilitate space during construction.
So we're going to exclude the garage
Mhm.
because we couldn't use that space
During construction,
storage
yeah.
or office, temporary office space.
Mhm.
And if we could focus on the infrastructure, we wouldn't want to finalize the driveway until the buildings are done, because then we're going back and forth with construction trucks, but the access will be there. It won't be finalized. We wouldn't want to put the final paving.
Yeah, we gotta be careful.
Yeah, so I just want to ask a question of both the applicant and the code officer.
Constructing how they construct.
Yeah, don't you think these questions about infrastructure permits and approvals first, and then building permit second, gets worked out between you and the
It
applicant?
does, yeah.
So we
Yeah.
don't have to worry about all the details of this. in
No,
this
we
motion.
don't.
Yeah, so let's not do that. But what we do need to specify though is what you're asking us for, because if you're going to Mr. Ashmore's question, which is you have to finish the road, the access drive, not the road, first, before you can get a building permit. That may not be how the sequencing of the construction works, but when I think that what you were talking about in the original language was, we just want to make sure that you're connecting the infrastructure, water, sewer, electric, stormwater to the property as indicated in our plan, and that's what we've already said we were gonna do. That's the first thing we're gonna get a permit. When Heidi reads back the motion for the benefit of the board, I would think that the board could clarify that what we're talking about improvements is infrastructure improvements.
Mhm.
It goes back to Meredith's question,
For the-
our buildings, unit buildings, improvements. In the broadest sense, you could view them that way, but I just clarify
I mean,
that what we're getting at is infrastructure.
the
improvements.
required infrastructure necessary for the construction of the units.
Exactly. Yep. Cool.
Way, but they don't have,
I wanted to begin to frame up the motion so that Heidi could read it back and then we could tweak it with Heidi's help. We could then act on it in the board. So do you want her to read that back or are you good?
Please read it back, Heidi.
Okay, so, under section 512.4, based on evidence and submissions, the board moves to use their discretion to waiver performance bond and instead impose the condition of approval that needs to be on the plat plan, that no unit may be sold and no permit for the construction of any building or unit in the subdivision will occur until the infrastructure for the project shall have been certified in the manner set forth in section 512.3, and that all improvements will be made within 2 years of final approval.
Yep, and Mr. Musson for the applicant had wanted clarification that after the word any building, no permit shall be issued for the construction of any building that you accept the storage building, because they may use that for purposes of construction. And it's already an existing, it's already a built structure. So I think that is an important clarification. But again, it's up to the movement on the board. It's not up to me.
Well, can I say so moved?
To get discussion going.
I have some concerns.
Good, go for it, Meredith.
Well, I think we should I'm a little worried that we should clarify that we're talking, I don't know if there's anything else that we could consider the infrastructure, but considering the development that we're talking specifically about the water, sewer, and electric infrastructure. When does the storm infrastructure go in? Does that go in beforehand, or does that have to be finished up at the end?
That has to occur on the front side.
That has to be done on the side. So
There.
that's what is required. I guess I would speculate that the garage isn't, I don't know if the garage is in good enough condition that you'll salvage it. You might recreate what you've got there, but I don't imagine. I still think you're going to need a building permit for it, but I guess I would have thought that could still be said that you need to put in the other infrastructure before it's building. All the other stuff is underground, so I don't I guess I wouldn't sweat that point, but I think we do need to clarify what infrastructure we are talking about, just to make sure we don't end up with a catch-22 where they can't build because they can't get the permit because they haven't built it yet.
So Meredith, maybe a quick amendment to the recommended formal motion might be helpful. Heidi, that section that says until it shall have been certified in the manner set forth in paragraph 5.12.3.
Yeah.
Add a parenthetical after that would say for the project infrastructure improvements only. Close parenthetical. And then, as Meredith says, infrastructure is commonly viewed as water, sewer, electric, and stormwater. If you want to specify those, we could put a quick clarification after what I've suggested to Heidi for the recommended formal motion.
I don't
Do you
want to
need
get caught up by somebody saying, well, the road in is infrastructure, so you have to have a completed road that there's construction, or that they have to have landscape.
Can't we go back and just say like for the required infrastructure is installed for the proper execute or proper construction of the units, or there's kind of an implied amount of infrastructure for a habitable unit,
That's in the motion,
you know.
because the form of 5.12.4 says no permit shall be issued for the construction of any building until it shall have been, until the subdivision shall have been certified in the manner set forth.
Again, I think we need to be careful about constructing a motion telling an applicant how to construct.
We're not, except to the extent that the cadence seemed to make sense to Mr. Johnston, as you were conferring with him, as to instead of having written agreement, just have a condition of approval that tracks the language. of
Yes.
5.12.4.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, like we.
That's what I tried to do.
Mhm.
So track carefully the language in 5.12.4.
Thank you.
And you'll determine that when you hear how you read it back.
Kim's got her hand up.
Infrastructure is what the lot relies on.
Mhm.
You need sewer, stormwater, electrical, and water. That should, all it should be said. Is
Yeah.
that the infrastructure is in place prior to the issuance of building permits for the development of the subdivision.
Mhm. Mr. Burns.
Just an objection for the record, to the extent that the board's motion waives the requirement in 5.12.4 for a properly executed conditional agreement, the abutters object on the basis that no agreement has been furnished. Additionally, to the extent that the board is approving that waived condition, that in a manner that does not include the list of infrastructure included in 5.12.1, which includes street grading, paving, storm drainage, and utilities or other improvements specified in the final plat plan. The abutters object on that basis as well, as the board is waiving.
I'd respond to that by noting that, I think it is a fair view of 5.12.4 that the legislative body in the subdivision ordinance has given the board pretty objective direction to use its discretion to waive the requirement of a performance bond and instead recommend something else. I don't think it has to be a properly executed conditional agreement, because the content of that agreement is gonna be the same as the content of the condition of approval that we've just crafted as a form of motion. I think the board should come back to the form of the motion, have a discussion about that, make sure that you make any tweaks you'd like to that motion,
Mhm.
and then act on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty specific condition of approval here.
Yep. It is the logical equivalent of a conditional letter.
Mhm. I would agree with that. Shaking his head, yes. Tracy is shaking her head, yes. Any thoughts?
Meredith's shaking her head.
Meredith shaking her head,
Yes.
yes. Yeah. So let's continue on with the motion.
Want to hear it again?
Yeah, please.
Under section 5.12.4, based on evidence and submissions, the board moves to use their discretion to waive the performance bond and instead impose a condition of approval that needs to be on the plat plan, that no unit may be sold and no permit for construction of any building or unit except the storage building in the subdivision until the infrastructure for the project shall have been certified in the manner set forth in section 5.12.3 for the project's infrastructure improvement only is what we did in the parentheses.
Right.
And that all improvements will be made within 2 years of final approval.
Do we just say infrastructure, or are we going to say infrastructure being specifically water, sewer, and electrical, and storm drain?
No, I think it's Mr. Burns clarified, if you view 5.12.3 as being a provision in the context of all of 5.12, everything that's in 5.12 is intended to be covered by what's in 5.12.3.
I disagree with that entirely, because that could be read to include the structures for the units, if you read that broadly. And that's exactly, if you guys do subdivision frequently, and this isn't new ground that we're treading here.
This is the only second one this year, Dan.
Really?
Yeah.
So the intent is the lots of, the lot infrastructure be built and approved. And as long as the condition is focused on that, I think that we're meeting the substance of the section.
Mhm.
If we use that broader language that requires buildings to be built before we can get building permits, and then do that within 2 years, it doesn't make any sense.
Where does it say that?
It says all improvements.
I mean, why don't we just list then what the infrastructure is and be done with it, and let's move on.
Even if you just use 5.12.1, it lists paving, and they're not gonna wanna pave the road before they
No,
construct.
of course not. That's why I said we need to be careful about constructing a motion, how to
So
construct.
your view is 5.12.1 does not address the question of what's in the motion. So if you're going to eliminate the improvements delineated in 5.12.1, I do agree with Meredith's thought that you include a reference, Heidi, after infrastructure improvements only, hyphen, specifically, comma, water, sewer, electric, stormwater, and what do you want to say about the access drive applicant? You're not going to say paving, but what are you going to say about the
Construction adequate construction access.
There you go. Use that term. I agree with the chair.
You want to hear it again?
We maintain our objection.
Understood.
Okay. Under section 5.12.4, based on the evidence and submissions, the board moves to use their discretion to waive the performance bond and instead impose a condition of approval that needs to be on the plat plan, that no unit may be sold and no permit for construction of any building or unit except the storage building in the subdivision until the infrastructure for the project shall have been certified in the manner set forth in section 5.12.3 for the project infrastructure improvement only, specifically water, sewer, electric, stormwater, and adequate construction access. And that all improvements will be made within 2 years of final approval.
That's it.
After appeals, Annie.
No, I agree with Attorney Pelleggi. Final approval means, any appeals, if there are any, have been resolved. So he's good with it, I'm good with it.
Okay,
Right, there's our motion.
Tracy Keller, so moved.
Meredith Randolph, I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
myself, William Hanley, aye. Let's move on.
We have to go back to 10.
Well, not yet, Dave,
Gotta
we're,
get to 16.
yeah, we're on 13.
This is informational only, so I think there's gonna be an NA motion.
Yes, so 513 plan revisions after approval, 513.1, no changes, erasures, modifications, or revisions shall be made in any final plot plan after approval has been given by the board and this written endorsement has been recorded on the plan. Unless the plan is first resubmitted and the board approves any modifications. In the event that the final plot plan is recorded without complying with this requirement, the same shall be considered null and void, and the board shall institute proceedings to have the plot plan stricken from the records of the town and the registry of deeds. 513.2 talks about that the applicants for revisions shall submit at least 8 copies of any proposed revision. If the revision involves the creation of additional lots or units or extends the boundaries of the subdivision, that's a public hearing shall be required. 513 says that the revised plan shall refer to the original plan to state the specific nature of revision. Okay.
Clearly information only. There's no review standards.
So that 513 is NA because it is clearly informational and there is no review standard.
Tracy Keller, so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, Lee Manley, aye. All right, 514.
I would, ask the chair if he could dispense with reading this entire section. Because it would take me one time.
And
And I would just have the board take its time to review 5.14 and determine whether or not you even get a street, because this applies to streets. as
of
opposed to
course,
driveways.
so believe it or not, but I was gonna suggest that.
Perfect.
We don't have any street. review.
Yeah, so 514 is about street design and construction. Perhaps the applicant could explain for the record why we do not have any street design or construction.
Again, Mr. Chair, let me get to the proper section of the ordinance. So we contend that it's an access way, which is a driveway. The definition of a road accepts anything that meets the definition of a driveway. And it's a created driveway definition of a route or track consisting of a bed of exposed mineral, soil, gravel, asphalt, or other surfacing material constructed or created for repeated passage of motorized vehicles serving not more than 2 lots. Point 1, the definition of lot. We get there,
Are you using the land use ordinance or the subdivision ordinance, Mr.
land
Johnson?
use ordinance.
Yeah. Something,
Definition of lot, contracted land is a parcel of land on a deed plot or similar legal document and is in all contiguous land within the same ownership. We submit that the lot is under common contiguous land in one ownership, and there's only one lot served by the access way, therefore the driveway and street standards do not apply.
through the chair, a question to the applicant. Could you look at section 3.1.1, which is the definition of the road standard review?
In the subdivision
And the
ordinance,
subdivision ordinance.
The first question was whether or not we are a street or a road, then the standards actually then are a little bit different in the subdivision ordinance. So the chair's first question was whether we're a street or a driveway. The question I think Mr. Hamilton is came to, the standard applies where an access road from a public or road or highway, there's 3 or more lots. So that's a second thing. First of all, we know we're serving 1 lot because it's on a common ownership, which means the term of driveway. This section applies to accessing 3 or more lots, which is 2 lots further than we've already presented.
so it's a driveway because it's 1 lot.
I just know that the board has a long-standing custom of doing a road standard review in the context of now your subdivision ordinance, even when no subdivision is approved, says, provided the development does not otherwise require approval of the subdivision. The road standard review doesn't get implicated until you have at least a private road that will serve more than 2 lots. So I think that's further explanation when you go back to 5.14, particularly the last subsection. And it says, the approval of the board of a subdivision plan shall not be deemed to constitute or be evidence of any acceptance or any non-desert of any street or road. And so even if you were doing a road standard review under 3.1.1, it would apply to a project that has at least 2 lots. This is a condominium form of development, developmental subdivision with a single parcel. where units within that parcel are being shown. So it's essentially a one lot developmental subdivision. It's because you have multiple units, 3 or more units on the same lot, that you have to run it through the subdivision ordinance.
Where an access road from a public road or highway is required to serve 3 or more lots, said access road shall be in accordance with the standards given below in 514.1.
Yep.
We don't have that here. You know, just in putting into context, this 514 section, 514.2 talks about dead end streets. In cul-de-sacs. 514.3 talks about the approval of the board of a subdivision plan shall not be deemed to constitute or evidence any acceptance of the town of Mount Desert of any street, road, and right of way. That's it. Is the board in agreement that we are dealing with one lot here?
Mhm.
Yeah, Meredith?
Yeah, and I was just thinking, we also want to make sure if we were to say that the units count as a lot, say somebody, you know, on their private property were to have a guest house and a primary dwelling. You know, we don't want to have it, if we were to decide that the units each count as a lot and that we were requiring a road, we would very quickly get to requiring private individuals put in road standards because they put on a secondary dwelling behind, you know, a in-law apartment on their property, or you know, so often people have more than one dwelling on their personal property.
Andy, why were you saying that's right?
I think Meredith is saying you'd have a precedent if you consider this single lot development to require a road standards approval. You're gonna start doing that for projects that have 2 or more dwellings. 3 or more dwellings on the same
Yeah.
property, and there are examples of those.
Mr. Burns, you had your hand up.
Reiterating the abutters objection, as noted in our prior submittals regarding, the definition of a lot, and our stated position that multiple lots being created by the subdivision by virtue of the parceling out of discrete ownership interests, to each of the, parcels, on the face of the earth, which would constitute, legally devised, lots for the purposes of both subdivision review and the road standards.
Continuing objection noted.
So are we getting towards a motion on 514.1 or 514 being NA because you're dealing with a single lot?
I'll make a motion that the ordinance of 514, can we say the whole ordinance of 514 or a whole section, or we'll just do the one section?
I do the whole section 5.14. I agree with your question, Meredith.
That due to the evidence in the application that the requirements of 514 street design and construction is not applicable because this is not a street.
It's just a slight tweak.
Yeah.
This is not a street or road, but is instead a driveway under the land use ordinance. And does not meet, well, I think you can leave it there. is not a street or road, but it's instead a driveway for purposes of the land use ordinance. But I also think you have to say something about the subdivision ordinance, and that's why I was going to what you said, Mr. Chairman, which is it's also noted that under 5.14.1, this access for this project will not serve 3 or more lots under the subdivision ordinance. So it's a combination of using the land use ordinance and the subdivision ordinance.
I'll let Heidi finish writing.
Okay, section 5.14 is not applicable. And then Meredith said, we're dealing with a single lot as evidenced in the application and not a street. And then more discussion, not a street or road, but a driveway under the land use ordinance, also noted under section 5.14 of the subdivision ordinance. This access will not serve 3 or more lots.
Like that's so moved.
Meredith is.
Meredith moved it.
Okay, so I'll be, Tracy Keller second.
All right, any further discussion? None heard. All those in favor, Meredith,
Randolph, I.
Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
myself, William Hanley, I. 515, access to direct sunlight. The board may, for the purposes of protecting, ensuring access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems, prohibit, restrict, or control development through the subdivision regulations. The regulations may call for subdivision development plans containing restrictive covenants, height restrictions, side yard and setback requirements, or other forms of permissible forms of land use controls.
This is almost informational. I don't see a
Yeah.
review standard here unless the board has adopted such subdivision regulations that relate to access to sunlight.
How about the first? First, the board asks the applicant if you have access to direct sunlight.
With access to direct sunlight. I think that the section there has a purpose for the board to act, and I guess you'd have to decide if the purpose was to protect direct sunlight for solar energy systems.
Of course, I mean, like if you were proposing to build a building in front of a ground mounted array and you don't want it in shadow and you know, someone didn't consider that, that's probably the board's role in this particular section to, you know, make sure there is sunlight access for solar orientation and systems. So perhaps we'd simply say that per the, as evidenced in the application on tab 10 sheet C1, the proposed development has access to direct sunlight.
Right. So I was looking at 4404 to see if we'd already reviewed it. The very next section, 4405, says the following. The municipal reviewing authority may to protect and ensure access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems, prohibit, restrict, or control development through subdivision regulations. And it's the exact same text of what's in that section of the ordinance. So this is all permissive. You may do this. But I think the chair's practical observation that this project is wholly within a lot, within a neighborhood, that's probably not subject to being developed for solar energy systems unless roof mounted, kind of doesn't matter. But I think the not applicable approach of the board would probably be the best way to approach this.
I kind
Or
of,
shouldn't we just phrase it in the affirmative that they do have access to direct sunlight? Dan's got his hand up, Meredith.
I don't care how you vote on this. I think that the section contemplates, regulations being enacted by the board.
Mhm.
That would then be viewed to for, plans involving solar energy. I think not applicable is more appropriate here. If you
Mhm.
say it's been met, I think it's fine from our perspective. I just don't think that that's what the section is getting at.
Okay, Meredith, sorry.
I just think of this as being, somebody's building a building that's tall enough next to a small house, and putting them in shadow so that they could never put solar panels, we shouldn't allow one property owner to block out the sunlight from another property, so it'd never be an option. So I agree with you, Bill, that I think we should just simply say, there's adequate setbacks and the buildings are all low enough so that this section has been met.
So can I weigh in?
Sure,
as the
Andy.
board's advisor? But I have to say that I think, Dan said it right when he said that the plain text of this provision says that the board may, for purposes of protecting access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems, regulate development through subdivision regulations. You haven't done that. So to say that the standard is met is basically saying two things, that the board has in fact adopted regulations, which you haven't. And as to this property, in this location of the community, I don't think it's really relevant to say the standard's met, because I doubt a solar energy system is gonna come next door to this project. Do you?
Oh, never say never, Andy.
Andy, I don't see any reason why the next door neighbor isn't gonna wanna put up a solar panel.
Mhm.
Not talking
But-
about a
They
massive field.
they could roof mount it, but again, I think the standard, Meredith, if you read the first sentence. As a
Right.
predicate, requires that the board to have adopted regulations to address this specific issue. And that's exactly what the state statute says at 4405. Is you've got authority to adopt regulations. If you haven't done it, how are you gonna say the standard is met?
Well,
There's no
maybe say that the standard is met, but I do think that we should put it in the wording that we do have concerns that people don't block out each other's opportunities for solar power, and that we've evaluated the lot and see that this doesn't restrict anybody's opportunities to install solar power.
I can appreciate your passion for the solar interest, Meredith, but you gotta go with the plain text of a standard when you're applying the standard to the evidence. So I just don't see a review standard in this section. And it's not in the state law either. It's not a mandatory. You must require that all projects provide for access to direct sunlight for solar energy systems. It says you can adopt regulations. So that's the predicate. There's no predicate here. So anybody reviewing your decision would say, how did they find out there was a standard here? There's no standard. So
Well, I have been actually mentioning that for years, that the Luso needs to come up with a solar ordinance.
There you go, Noel.
ordinance review committee, the town
Yeah.
of Mount Desert should
No
look into
Yes,
that.
But I brought that up a number of times.
But until then.
But until then, so the consensus then is that section 5.15 is NA.
Maybe to just give a temporal sense to, since the board has not yet adopted regulations related to access to direct sunlight. That could be a good use of the term, yeah.
Since the board has not yet adopted regulations towards the access to direct sunlight, section 5.15 is NA.
Tracy Keller, so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye. So Section 516. Cluster and workforce subdivision. 516.1 purpose. The purpose of a cluster and workforce subdivision standards is to encourage new concepts of cluster housing with maximum variations of design that will result in: 1, permanently protected open space and recreational areas; 2, a pattern of development that preserves the natural beauty of the site, trees, outstanding natural topography, wildlife habitat, and to prevent soil erosions; 3, an environment in harmony with surrounding development and or the traditional community characteristics; 4, a more creatively designed development plan that would be possible through strict application of other sections of the land use zoning ordinance; 5, uses of lands that promote efficiency in public services and facilities with small networks of utilities and streets; and 6, development of housing that is more economically viable for the year-round working community. That's just the purpose. There's no real review criteria there. Is there, Andy?
Let's see, yeah.
So 516.2 plan design requirements. I would assume this is the review criteria. One, permitted zones and uses. Cluster and workforce subdivisions are permitted in all zones except for shoreline conservation and resource protection zones. 2, density. And this is, we referenced this in the density calculations, but the density of the subdivision shall not exceed the density requirements of the zone in which it is located. Density is calculated by applying the minimum lot sizes to the developable portion of the lot. And for the purpose of calculated density for subdivisions that include workforce housing, the area of the entire parcel may be used, including wetland and steep slopes. Workforce housing will use the entire parcel. Density requirements and density bonuses for workforce housing shall be calculated from lines A and B and the minimum lot size standards in LUZO dimensional requirements, section 3.6. That's the chart. And then it goes on to say B, multiple zoning districts. If the parcel being subdivided is located in more than one zoning district, it isn't. It's entirely within Village Residential 1, then the overall density of subdivision shall not exceed the combined density requirements of the districts it's in. C, workforce housing density bonuses. Projects that include covenants held by a qualified workforce housing entity may receive density bonus as follows. 1, an increase up to 50% of the gross residential density of the site may be permitted if at least 50% of residential units are conveyed with covenants designed to benefit the creation and preservation of workforce housing. And 2, an increase of 75% if the gross residential density of the site may be permitted if 100% of the residential units are conveyed with covenants designed to benefit the creation, preservation of workforce housing, which it is. And it goes on to open space requirements.
Just a question, Mr.
Sure.
Do you want to pose and take the subsections of 5.16.2 following point 2 that the board's already worked through? You want to take those sequentially so that you don't have to approve 5.16.1 because there's no review standard.
Right.
5.16.2, you could call for a motion.
Yeah, we already.
Consistent with the vote that's already been taken. Just note that for purposes of the review.
But we've already done that, Andy.
Okay. So then what you're saying is you're really starting with 15.6.3.
Yeah, because
Okay.
that's key. That's why I was just kind of reading through that continuously, is because That's where I think it keys back to the 510.
Yeah, there we go.
So. Everybody okay with that? Yeah. Meredith, yeah. All right, so, back to story time. It's 516.2.3, open space requirements. The cluster subdivision must include open space that meets the following requirements. We're talking about a workforce housing development, not cluster development. But let's read through this. The cluster subdivision must include open space that meets the following requirements. A, the total area dedicated for open space must equal or exceed the sum of the area by which the building lots are reduced below the minimum lot size otherwise required for the respective zone. Open space requirement for workforce housing. When calculating the open space requirement for qualified workforce housing development, the density bonus units shall be excluded. B, the open space shall be accessible to the residents of the development. C, the open space may be used for low intensity recreation, subsurface wastewater disposal, agriculture, or other passive outdoor living purposes, and for preserving the natural features of the site. The open space shall not include right-of-ways, parking areas, tennis courts, swimming pools, or other areas of impervious surface or similar recreational development. The use of open space may be further limited or controlled at the time of the final subdivision approval if necessary to limit impact to adjacent properties. D, whenever possible, some portion of the open space must be located adjacent to the existing public roads serving the development so as to preserve a rural or traditional appearance from such roads. E, the open space shall be protected by a legal instrument satisfactory to the planning board sufficient to assure its maintenance and preservation for intended purpose. The legal arrangement shall specify ownership of the open space area responsible for maintaining the limitations of the uses, payment of taxes, insurance and other fees, and any other specifications deemed necessary by the planning board. Any association or entity formed to own or maintain the open space shall not be dissolved without the consent of the planning board. And lastly, F, the open space may not be further subdivided except F1, part or all of the common open space may be conveyed for public ownership with approval by the town. And the F2, easements may be granted for underground utilities. God, it just keeps going and going. Andy,
This is what I was trying to do, is create a little bit of a cadence for the board's benefit and just say, why don't you stop before you get into development?
I agree, so that's why I stopped.
Yeah. So
I was going to circle back to 516.2.3a, where it specifically talks about open space requirement for workforce housing. And it says when calculating the open space requirement for qualified workforce housing, the density bonus units shall be excluded. And perhaps the applicant could talk about that. Yes, Noel, you've got.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to reiterate that actually 5.16.2.3 says that all of the sections that you just read only apply to cluster subdivisions, which the board has already determined we are not. We are a workforce housing subdivision. And there are multiple instances throughout the ordinance and even in the land use ordinance, which indicate that cluster subdivisions and workforce housing subdivisions are.
So, Mr. Musson, I'm glad you made that point, because I was thinking the same thing, except when I get to the second sentence of A, next reading. How do you address that?
I would address that by saying you could have a cluster subdivision that has workforce housing provisions, but there, so that you can have both or one or the other. So you could have a cluster subdivision that also allows for workforce housing. We're not a cluster subdivision, we're only a workforce housing.
Where you got hands in the air?
Yes, I do, and I know Mr. Summonsby has a specific comment about this, so I'm gonna allow him to speak.
Well, I won't be lengthy, you know, I was here as much for you to guys and offer some background explanation. But what Noel just said is the exact opposite of what, and for background, you know, with help, I initiated through I was selectman, chairman of the comprehensive plan, select liaison for the ordinance review. I initiated a resolution to accomplish two things: preserving open space and workforce housing. They were always together. There is nothing in my materials that was just suggest that there is such thing as a cluster subdivision as a workforce housing subdivision without cluster. That was the whole point. It was a buy one, get one free. Buy one, in this case, getting the second one for 75% off. But you have to pay retail for one before you get the bonus. So the reason it says up to 75% is because there's a trade-off between what are we preserving on the site. We were trying for a balance, but of trying to get growth that both, respected the environment, but not protect the environment to such an extent that it increased land costs. It's important to probably put in context that all of our development was intended for more rural areas, not the village. We replaced the plan unit development ordinance, which was only allowed in village 1 and village residential 2. They weren't being used. The opportunities for affordable housing were where land was less expensive in more rural areas of the town. But we combined the two. We said, let's not have what was happening was a lot of subdivisions of just 28 acres being busted up into 14 lots and destroying and impeding a lot of wetlands. So we said, let's do something to try to allow cluster. And when we did cluster, we said, well, let's have an opportunity. If they want a tighter density amongst themselves within the development and endure that themselves while protecting that's why we have the bit about, the when possible from the public exposure. Preserve the habitat, keep the wet, don't bust up and mess of driveways through wetlands, cluster on the good part of the property. And in doing so, if you could do a little bit more and it's feasible, we did like a bonus. And we never used we never burnt the face of the earth to create more land. Or said we're going to borrow 75% from the abutter hypothetically. We used what was permitted, the number of dwellings permitted by existing zoning. And to that we added a bonus. Basically, it was like 50% bonus to the developer to try to get them to do a combination. If they're doing, which was half again as much, 75% comes from the being half again as much percent.
Got it.
If it were all workforce. If you go to your purpose, and I apologize for I have pride and embarrassment having written an arcane ordinance. I 15-16 from my pen. But if you go to the purpose of what we put in, and I checked, I had a number of drafts on this, but this talks about to encourage new concepts of cluster housing. This is a new concept in we're going to apply under a cluster workforce housing subdivision and not cluster. To me, this is like a school booster saying, we want to encourage team spirit. Team's not having a great year. We want to get people to game. So we're going to offer 100 free admission to the first 100 students. And then you let 100 students from the opposing team. This is a charade. This is not, I'm not against the project. I'm here to defend, and I'm not here for the abutters or for, you know, for or against anyone. I'm here to defend my ordinance that I wrote. And
Can we condense it now?
yeah, okay, I would be, what, do you have questions on that?
Well, Noel, do you have any comments on that?
Well, with all respect to the great work that went into thinking about cluster subdivisions and workforce housing provisions, what's written in the ordinance says cluster subdivisions must include open space, but there are several sections in the ordinance which also refer to workforce and cluster separately. The intent of a cluster subdivision in planning parlance is to have trade-offs where you're creating more open area, open space as indicated in this draft of the ordinance, so that you're preserving land that isn't going to be for development, so that you're changing, you're creating space that can be used for wildlife habitat or wetland preservation or passive recreation, all the things that are in there. But they are two separate things in this, and the language of the ordinance, not the intent of how the language was written. It is what is actually written in the ordinance.
Mr. Burns has his hand up too.
I would just note for the board, this was noted in our prior submissions as well, going back to the drafting of this ordinance. It's amusing to me that the applicants are now saying that the entire provision is completely inapplicable because of this use of the term cluster subdivision. I'll note that when this ordinance was originally drafted, what are now called cluster subdivisions were called open space subdivisions as a capital O, capital S. That is what became in this ordinance capital C cluster subdivisions. The nomenclature changed, but the substantive provisions did not. So as a matter of pure ordinance interpretation, I would implore the board to look at the plain language of this section, which includes clear substantive provisions related to workforce subdivisions, which the applicant has stated throughout. This is what that is. And that the use of cluster subdivision in the opening sentence is referring to cluster type subdivisions generally, which at the time of this ordinance's drafting included open space or workforce subdivisions.
Jerry?
Briefly, by way of explanation, we developed this, presented it all along as open space workforce housing development. If you go back to the original materials that was in there, we changed it after a planning board meeting, wordsmithing it for town meeting for the vote. And Joe Tracy and others, you know, thought that using open space conflicted with parts of the, with the, I don't know the numbers, but you know, there's already an open space requirement in other sections. So we, you know, they said to change it, and we did, and they were calling it cluster, one and the same.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a few questions, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, that I'd like to put to at least the applicant, maybe the applicant and Mr. Burns for the public. And I gotta say, I'm a little bit confused based upon the language used. I know Mr. Summonsby from a long way back, and I would say that nobody needs to be embarrassed about text, but what the courts are gonna apply is not what you intended to say, but what you actually said. And the problem I'm having is I get the purpose provision, which the courts may look to, but they're not supposed to give dominant interpretive authority to a purpose provision. But it does seem to me, first the question to Mr. Musson, and I'm not challenging anybody here, I'm just trying to figure out what is intended by 516, because I don't think it's totally clear. So Mr. Musson, when you look at 5.16.1, would you agree with me that it doesn't say the purpose of the cluster or workforce subdivision standards? It says the purpose of the cluster and workforce subdivision standards. So it's referring to both in 5.16, and it's the header, which is not dominant in terms of how you interpret the section, also says cluster and workforce subdivision, which is interesting in light of what Mr. Summerkey said, because he said on the books, the town used to have open space and workforce subdivision. They turned it into cluster and workforce subdivision. So, but then there's this other piece I want someone to remind me of, where we actually asked the applicant and we paused tape while the applicant went and conferred and came back and said, we're proposing workforce subdivision, as though it were distinct from cluster housing. I'm trying to find a provision in the ordinance that suggests that we had to make that election.
Greg,
So two things I just wanted to point out, and Kevin's correct, we did pause and we did say our application is a workforce housing project growth. 516.2 first identified.
Do you remember where we were, Mr. Johnson, on that question?
If you could pause, we're gonna get us there. Permitted zones and uses. 516.2 first says cluster and workforce subdivisions are permitted in all zones except, so there it's separation. When we go into the dimensional standards of the land use ordinance where we were, and we were talking about how we're getting to density. The use of cluster and workforce are separate uses in section 3.5 of the land use. I'm not saying the intent of how it evolved to where it is now, but they're clear. If you turn to page, I think it's page 3-13, they're clearly distinct uses. It would be saying that single family lots, we want in it clearly lists cluster and workforce subdivisions with different standards, which means there are different uses. There are two distinct terms, both in which districts are applied in the standards, and then this statement is very specific. It's not silent in how it uses the term cluster, and particularly in the hierarchy, the table in section 3.5.
Can I interject a Mr. Hankton's question, which is, where did the board determine whether or not it could say cluster a workforce or a conventional subdivision? Is 5.7.3 of the subdivision ordinance?
Yeah, so if we can go to page 12 to 23 of the subdivision ordinance 5.7.3. This is, I was looking at this a moment ago, and I remember we got into a pretty good discussion where the board was trying to sort out exactly how it's going to apply the density requirements. That's where it was. It was this overall density discussion. The chair maybe remember, the board members may remember that in order to do this, we had to use the land use table on page 3-13 of the land use ordinance and the dimensional requirements for a lot, because with public sewer it's 10,000 square feet, without public sewer it's 1 acre. Cluster subdivision of sewers is down to 5,000 square feet. Cluster subdivision without sewer is 20,000 square feet. So just integrating Mr. Summonsby's comments with what the applicant has reminded the board of, but this is really the board's work now. Mr. Summonsby is interesting. The applicant is interesting, but really what counts is your interpretation of the ordinance, your duty bound to apply. And I do think there's been an evolution in this ordinance since Mr. Summonsby and his colleagues have touched it. And the evolution is clear in the land use ordinance, and it's also clear in section 5.7.3, and we were just there for last meeting. And it does matter in terms of how you consider yourself. That being said, Mr. Musson, I'm troubled by this notion that you avoid the open space requirements altogether.
So could I
Yeah.
try to answer that question?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we are not avoiding the open space question. We actually had that discussion under 5.10. So there are two sections in the subdivision ordinance that deal with open space. Section 5.10 gives the board the ability to require that an area of, land be reserved as either open space or recreation area. So we started that discussion. We showed you the area that we're reserving for open space or recreation use. We're just saying that this section of the ordinance doesn't apply to our project. And in addition to that,
Except for the second sentence of 3A.
which I still think it would require if it were a cluster provision. However, if the board wanted to entertain this, there's two other provisions of 3A that would also make it so that we don't. That section deals with how much open space should get set aside. This deals with lots, building lots that reduce below the lot size otherwise required. We're not reducing the lot size. It's one lot. There's no reduction in lot size. And also, in addition to that, the workforce housing divisions, those, if you were to even calculate those units are exempt from any other calculation of lot, of open space area. So we're not reducing lot area, we're not reducing anything beyond what we require. I don't really think this section applies, but we are providing an area that we're considering open space. And I think you have to think about it in the context of where this project is located, as Mr. Johnson said earlier. That we're in a different setting where we were out in a rural woodland 5 district and we wanted to do some subdivisions to try to preserve more of that uninterrupted area. That would be completely appropriate, but we're not reducing, and that would be for a lot of subdivision as well. So there's a lot of factors at play here, but we're not, I think it's 5.16.3 or 0.2.3 doesn't really apply, but we are providing open space under 510.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you. The applicant is putting forward, to my understanding, a novel interpretation of the section that they have not raised up to this point. I would reiterate to the board, and I'll remind the board, that this section, as your attorney noted, relates to cluster and workforce subdivisions. That the purpose of this section, I'll read it aloud here. The purpose of the cluster and workforce subdivision standards is to encourage new concepts of cluster housing. So right there, we have a discussion within this very ordinance section, talking about the use of workforce subdivisions as a form of cluster housing. One that will, under the purpose of the ordinance, permanently result in permanently protected open space and recreational area. That is the first purpose of this section. You then go to the open space requirements after you get to the density bonus, where the applicant is relying on that language to increase their net density here from 3 units to 6. They are essentially trying to advocate you need 2 of their interpretation, which is they're allowed to have the density bonus under the workforce housing provisions, but are not subject to the other side of this ordinance, which is the reservation of protected open space by legal instrument.
So,
Dan.
I'm gonna try and shortcut this a little bit. So, as Mr. Burns noted, 3 of the 6 units here are density bonus units. If we look at the second part of 516.2.3A, it says when calculating the open space requirement from qualified workforce housing development, density bonus units are excluded. Which means that we have 3 units that we count, and we have 39,204 square feet, that 10,000, more than 10,000 square feet per unit, we're good. We meet it.
I just, sorry for this question, but could someone point the board to where we are calculating the open space requirement for qualified workforce housing?
Yes, it's 5. It's on page 9, maybe, I think, from 23.
9 of 20,
19.
19 of 20.
5.15 or 16, 5.16.3. AA, and then the last
Yeah, no, I know that, no, I'm right on it, I got it underlined, I'm zeroed in on it, but. Can someone speak to calculating open space for qualified workforce? What is that calculation?
We don't think it is able, what is the ordinance aspect?
Yeah,
Where's the standard in the ordinance for it?
Mr. Burns,
We provided, in our July submission, a manner in which this should be calculated. Again, based on the premise that the workforce housing standards are as described by one of the drafters, kind of a give and a take. The standard allows for, the reduction in, the building lot coverage to any amount, basically an infinitely small amount, as long as the amount that that's reduced by is locked up as open space, right? So as Attorney Pelleggi correctly noted, under the ordinance, the bonus units, the 3 units that you are allowing, in addition to the 3 that would be normally permitted, those get excluded from the calculation. So what you are required to look at under the ordinance is the amount of space allocated to a given unit, how much that is reduced under this plan, and then take that number, which our assertion would be that you are essentially, for the purposes of this subdivision, reducing the size of each building lot to the dimensions of each unit. So whatever it is, 2,000 square feet, whatever the footprint is, the difference between that and 10,000 feet would be the number that must get locked up as open space.
What is that calculation, if you could
The
specify?
applicant never provided.
No, no, what are you asserting? Because I'm looking at your July letter,
Uh,
but I can't see where you calculated what you think is the proper application of the open space.
So it's impossible for us to do that because the applicant has not designated which units are the base units and which ones are the bonus units, nor have they provided a clear accounting of what the square footage of each of those units is. You've maintained from the get-go that the applicant, in attempting to sidestep this section, has provided you with wholly incomplete information for you to make this determination.
so Jerry, you've got your hand up, but just maybe the. Question is to you, when you guys were originally drafting this ordinance, how were you calculating the open space requirement for workforce housing?
Well, if I take this one and others, and I did look back, and I gave you the handouts we provided in town meeting that showed in green, that's the bizarre thing, it shows with some workforce out, it shows a regular subdivision, it shows a cluster subdivision and a cluster subdivision with workforce housing. This, if you take this proposal, and put little monopoly houses on where each one is, this looks what we were trying to get away from. There was no.
I need to just interject as counsel for the board. What you intended and what the plain text of the ordinance is now are 2 different things. And so he was asking you a question that I think was gonna get you into trouble and us into trouble. And in fact, that's what's beginning to happen is you're basically opining on this.
Answer your question.
Can you just quickly answer my question, Jerry?
Taking 3.9 divided by 6 to get an average lot density of around 6,000 plus square feet. We would have said 3 of them are retail, 3 of them are the 75% get 3, the 3 retail are at 10,000. So somewhere around 10,000, you need a block of about 10,000 square feet of permanent protected open space. It can be yard area, it can be, we meant valid open space. It's something that the town would accept. So we put that in there, it's something the town would accept if the housing trust wanted to convey it to the town. Not yard, not setback, a meaning wall.
And Andy,
So I think there's a bit of confluence and a bit of difference in what the counsel for interested persons, Mr. Sundby are saying on the one hand, and what Mr. Pelleggi has said on the other hand. I heard a confluence in terms of what the set aside area should be of 10,000 square feet.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, maybe I didn't hear you. You said you take 3 of the units are density bonus units, those get excluded. You take 3 units over the 39,000 square feet, and that means,
We were allowed 10,000 feet per dwelling.
but that's a density calculation. That's not the open space. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the difficulty with this issue is that you either go down this path or you don't. If you go down this path, I was trying to find out if there could be some convergence in thought. I have to tell you, applicant, what's concerning me is page 20 of 23. Is what this really comes down to. The use of open space may be further limited or controlled at the time of final subdivision approval, if necessary to limit impact to adjacent property. I agree with Mr. Musson that the way this open space requirement, the plain text of which has been constructed, it says the cluster subdivision must include open space that meets the following requirements. Then you go into A, the total area dedicated for open space must equal or exceed the sum of the area by which the building lots are reduced below the minimum lot size otherwise required for the respective zone. There are no building lots, they're building units. If what Mr. Pelleggi was saying is you take 3 building units, not the bonus units, the 3 base units, divide that into 39,000 square feet, that meets the minimum lot size for workforce housing. It's right there on table 3.5.
So we're not reducing the lot.
So what I think the applicant should do is see if you can meet the neighborhood and the planning board halfway. The planning board does have a duty here. It's got to figure out how you're going to protect the open space. And I've read through your condominium document, and I'm not finding the level of protection to provide, as I said earlier in the discussion concerning 5.10, the floor. You all should tell us how you view the graphic that you submitted in July as creating the floor, because I think there's something to the argument that although it's not totally clear in 5.16.2, there is this intention to use open space to limit impact to adjacent properties. And the only way you can do that is if you do it perpetually. So I think the condo document is a start, but I'd like to kind of hear the land planners concept of this project. So Noel, if you'd hit me with your best shot as to whether there's something about the open space you've already proposed that could be, if you would, locked up, so that the planning board can find some happy medium between the original intent and the language that actually appears in this ordinance. It's not the same thing.
Mhm.
So, yeah, in our submittal of July 14th.
Yes.
Yes. Was talking about, we're indicating the area that we're proposing to keep as open area, and that condominium documents.
It's page 8, and when you're talking about this page 8 diagram, you're talking about passive outdoor living space, the 20,900 square feet.
Correct.
How much?
20,900 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, we are thinking about this project in the context of the area in which it is located, in terms of its accessibility to other areas and the particular uses of this common open area that we're talking about. There are provisions in the condo documents that would allow the property owners to, lot owners association to have conversations about that. And once the condominium plan, once this plan is approved, we would have to come back to the planning board to modify the plan essentially. It's a recorded subdivision.
Can you point out in the condo document where that design concept is found? Because I'm finding more in Article 7 that deals with assessments. It appears that Article 4 as Attorney Pelleggi referenced earlier.
Article 4 and 8, wasn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to get me there. 8 is,
He was talking about the easements and the use. I was trying to make clear that all of the unit owners would have access to it for passive recreation.
oh, I see, okay.
So 4 indicates that all portions of the condominium that don't lie within the boundaries of a unit or storage unit are common elements. Owned commonly among all the unit owners. 4.2 says you can't alter, improve, or change any of the common elements without having first obtained permission of the association.
Could you pause there for 1 second?
Yeah.
That's the question. The condo document clearly, as it should, only speaks to the permission of the association. The question that seems to be going on in 5.2 and 5.16.2, specifically that provision that I read from C, the last sentence, 5.16.2.3, C, last sentence, use of open space may be further limited or controlled at the time of final subdivision approval if necessary to limit impact to adjacent properties. I'd kind of like to take the concept that's there that Mr. Pelleggi just addressed and make it a condition of approval. And that is, you can't change the common element without first coming back to the planning board. And if you want to get permission of the association too, that's great.
That's true anyway under the ordinance, but I don't mind it because I'm not objecting to that condition.
Okay. I think that's what we largely need to get at.
Yeah. Mr. Burns,
So subsection E lays out very clearly what the applicant was required to present to you as part of their application to meet this standard. They simply have failed to do it up to this point. And up until now, they have been maintaining that they don't have to block away any open space, and that's been their position to date. They had 4 months to provide you with a proper documentation of what their plan was to perpetually lock up this open space. They have failed to do so. That full stop should prevent the approval of this application. However,
I see, just a pause for a moment, if you would, Mr. Burns, and allow me this observation. I see where you're trying to go. You're trying to say the ordinance clearly applies. And clearly there's question of how the ordinance applies. You shouldn't, I think, denigrate either the applicant or the board as not having done their work. When 5.10 in conjunction with 5.16.3 clearly says that's an issue on the table to be worked through. So just as the applicant was a little bit anxious about how a condition of approval on another section might be applied as opposed to having an instrument in writing, it's not clear to me how your client group would be adversely affected if we essentially convert what you're looking for into a condition of approval. The content of that condition of approval, of course, is important, but let's not persist with this notion that the applicant had a burden and they failed to meet it. I'm looking at the condo document and there's an argument they did meet it. It's just that I don't think the board's gotten to this discussion until tonight. It's true that both parties took a position in July as to open space requirements. You did, they did, but the board really hasn't had a chance to tackle open space until it gets to a review of the standard. So why can't we have the discussion without saying they failed to do this? There's no evidence on that.
okay, let's move on.
I think there is.
Yeah.
I think you can talk about it.
Yeah. Jerry, just,
I just, in terms of context, while you wait this, and just an observation is that the current draft of the subdivision ordinance specifically states that you cannot use yard area as open space. So we would have had this upon review, why it looks like a conventional subdivision, not like an open space subdivision, is because they're kind of incorporating what most people call curtilage. You know, whether you, whatever, regardless of what you call it, I think, you know, common sense is that's the grounds of how it's begun.
Yeah, I actually like your use of that term curtilage, Jerry, because it's a very precise term that has application to the typical residential subdivision context. When you get into a condominium or a plain unit development project, it's a bit different, because you turn into concepts of unit ownership, limited common elements, and common elements.
I'm using it from a valuation perspective.
Right, curtilage is a well-used term in the law and in valuation, so I'm not sure that what you intended for raw land subdivision.
Yard is what Noel was using.
Yeah, yard curtilage, it doesn't matter to me, but what you're saying is you thought there was something expressed in the ordinance that says you couldn't use
Saying
the
that
curtilage. to
proposed
use the open
the
space.
new draft, if we're discussing an ordinance that are, a section that I wrote, 20 years ago, then, I came to provide some background, because that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, here we have right on the table, something that I don't understand from my experience with the town, why we would be encouraged to improve something that we're already proposing not to do. I would think we'd work towards continuity in the direction we're going.
I don't see in the plain text of the ordinance where it says you're not allowed to do it as this project proposes.
And
That's my.
I'm just saying that the new ordinance, the proposed subdivision ordinance says you're not allowed to use yard as open space.
Which proposed subdivision ordinance? This is subdivision? We can't apply a standard to something that's not here.
No, but we can try to have continuity. It's called educating ourselves.
say, Andy, aren't there like a few key findings we need to make that, like, look, and we've made a couple of them already, that, look, we're all in agreement, we're dealing with workforce housing subdivision here. And then don't we need a finding that that workforce housing project type is not being under the umbrella of a cluster subdivision?
Yeah, that's what the land use ordinance says really clearly. It's not quite as clear in the plain text of the subdivision ordinance, but I think it's there.
And then from there, don't we necessarily need to then have a finding on if the open space requirement applies to the workforce housing development, and if it does, what is that calculation? I mean,
But I think it's a good progression.
yeah. So we have a finding on that we're dealing with the workforce housing subdivision. I think we need to have a finding of if the standards of if that workforce housing subdivision is under the umbrella of a clustered subdivision. And, based upon the tables of section 3.5, there's very specific definitions in terms of dimensional criteria, different dimensional criteria for the two. So I think we should just get a motion on the table and get a board finding on if this is under the clustered subdivision umbrella. What do you think, Meredith?
I guess I think of what we have in this town that is cluster workforce housing, the Island Housing Trust development. And I can understand what's being said, but I feel like if truly the intent was to say that it was cluster / workforce housing, and that there wasn't a separation between the two, the people who are the town would have been saying, we only want workforce housing out in the rural areas where there's, large lots that we're going to cluster workforce housing in the middle of these large lots. And every organization that I've been involved with workforce housing has always had a focus on, we've got to have this workforce housing in town. We don't want it to be. And it often ends up in further out locations where they can cluster it out in the woods and make workforce housing. But there always seems to be this interest of having it in town. They want people walking to work. They want people walking their kids to school. So if we were to make it the standard that the cluster and the workforce are 2 in 1, we're basically prohibiting workforce housing from being in town, which is generally what people want.
But when you go again, Meredith, back to page 313 of the land use ordinance, section 3.5. You know, it's talking about minimum lot area with or without public sewer. You know, item C, cluster subdivision with sewer. D, cluster subdivision without sewer, and E, workforce subdivision.
Emphasis.
Clearly see two separate things. In the, but I guess that's it's more of my concern to point out that if you were to put the two in the same category and say there's no division, you make it extraordinarily difficult to ever have workforce housing in town.
I mean, they're two separate things.
I'd say they're two separate things, and that we are talking about workforce, and when it says it's a requirement of cluster housing, you're not dealing with cluster housing.
I would agree, we're talking about two separate things, and I think we need to have a finding on that. Maybe.
In relationship to a section or what, so I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we could key it right to page 313 in the land use ordinance, section 3.5.
But do we need to, or do we just, we focus back down on the section that we're in and vote on the section? And by voting on it, you know, the first thing that we go to, we can have the conversation of whether we think it's cluster, but can we just go to 5.6.1.3 and have, does that say this section applies to cluster workforce?
It's your motion if you want it.
Okay, well, you were asking for a separate, so. I make a motion that we voted on 15.6 section 5.16.2. 1 and 2 we've already voted on. So for section 5.16.2.3, open space requirements of clustered subdivision, open space does not apply because we've determined that this subdivision is not cluster housing. I agree with Noel that the reason why it mentions workforce housing is if you're doing cluster housing, and it's workforce, that there are times when the two are combined, and when workforce housing is applied to the cluster developments.
So why don't we take it a step at a time?
Yeah, so
that's not. I'm just clarifying.
I think the motion was okay. But I think we got a reminder tonight from the applicant that you had already done a review under 5.7. And I would say under section 5.16.2.3, in conjunction with the board's prior review of section 5.7, the board has determined, I'm just going to talk this first side before we construct it. The board has determined that this is workforce housing and not cluster housing. And just leave it at that for the moment.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm a little hesitant to include not applicable. I think it's cleaner how you phrase it, Andy, that what are we calling this in terms within the context of 516.2.3.
Oh, so you'd first like to say, under section 5.16.2.3, the board has already determined that this is a workforce housing project. And then go from there, instead of saying it does not apply. So under section 5.16.2.3,
I would be more comfortable with that.
the board has previously determined under section 5.7 that this project is a workforce housing subdivision.
Mhm.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Meredith,
And I'll I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
myself, William Hanley, aye.
Okay. This next part may be tough for you, Mr. Chairman of the board, but you kind of need to say, because it's a workforce housing project, it's therefore not housing, and therefore
Sorry,
five point
it's
sixteen.
that.
Yeah, wait a second, and therefore 5.16.2.3 does not apply. In other words, it's okay to say the positive, but I think we've got to also negate why this section does not apply. And I have to say to the board, I'm a little bit troubled. Because I think if you look at 5.10 in conjunction with 5.16, you could probably work through this more flexibly under 5.10 than you could under 5.16.3.2.
Andy, I'm not, like, and again,
Go ahead.
I tend to repeat myself at times. But, I'm not seeing why this section doesn't apply when you're talking about open space requirement for workforce housing
Yes.
under section 5.16.2.3A. I mean, in a nutshell, Noel, could you tell us why it doesn't apply? I mean,
Because section 3 at the beginning says the cluster subdivision must include open space, and these are all provisions under that determination. So you could have a cluster subdivision that also includes workforce housing. So in that event, you don't include those workforce housing units.
Meredith, you were gonna say something.
That's how I read it as well. It doesn't even, I had like 3 times just trying to read it in isolation because it makes no sense at all in isolation. It's saying you've got cluster workforce housing. This is how you calculate it. When you're calculating that in applying it to workforce housing, you don't calculate, you don't count the density bonus. But it doesn't even make any sense if you isolate it outside of the cluster open space. So it has to be a provision of a calculation for cluster workforce housing. Cluster housing. Sorry.
So I'm trying to work with the board and all the parties here, because the town's best interest is served with an interpretation of the ordinance you're duty bound to apply, the plain text, in a way that you can make sense of this all. And I haven't heard anybody, I'm trying to do this, I can't get there in my own head quite yet, but I'm trying to integrate the concept of workforce housing, cluster housing, conventional subdivision, 3 categories. There are provisions that seem to intersect and overlap with the concept of workforce housing subdivision. And yet, it is true. The whole provision starts with the phrase, the cluster subdivision. Now, I gotta say, there's cluster subdivision that's used sui generis in planning circles, where you could view this as a form of workforce housing that is also cluster housing. And so it's just a generic reference to cluster housing. That would allow you to say, you get to apply open space. Alternatively, you could take the position, because of the land use ordinance table 3.5, that nope, because you get even lighter requirements for minimum lot size for cluster housing. You can go down to 5,000 square feet. Maybe the ordinance drafters in the land use ordinance kind of knew what they meant, but they didn't come back and really fix the subdivision ordinance. I'm just trying, if somebody reviews your interpretation of your ordinance as you're applying it to this project, a reviewing body would say, that makes sense to me. And that's what I'm wrestling with. And I'm trying to get the help of the applicant and frankly, counsel for the interested party to come together with us and say, as we've done on prior sections, try to make sense of the whole.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
And
I think I recommend that 5.10 is the best way to discuss this. Under 5.16.2.3 for cluster development, if found or not, there's a calculation about how you calculate required open space.
Yeah.
And it's the amount by which lot size are reduced below the minimum. So the minimum for cluster housing, for base density for cluster housing, is 5,000 square feet. Okay? So that would let us, with base density, that would let us put 7.8 units without any density bonus for on this lot. And then we start talking about how do you calculate using that formula? How do you calculate open space requirements? That's the intersection that Noel was trying to talk about, is when does that 5.16.2.3 provision where it says, well, for workforce calculations, you include the density bonus, that's where that ties together. I think that, and that applies to cluster. I think that the only way to read this ordinance in a sane, coherent manner is to refer us back to workforce housing, back to 5.10. And then we work with the board and the town about what's there and preserving that in a way that the town said. That's how I think it makes logical sense.
Kind of where I am too, because I'm seeing a definitional tangle in 5.16.3.
yeah, so it is the open space calculation essentially the net remainder of the lot density? Is that in theory it?
If you had a half an acre, if you had a minimum lot size of one, I'm just use the hypotheticals. If you had like a lot area, if you're creating in a 1 acre zone, and each of the proposed lots was a half an acre, then you would set aside, there were other half an acre that you're reducing the lot size to as open space under the cluster provision. That's what a cluster subdivision does.
So here the town matches the minimum lot size for workforce housing to the minimum lot size for the zone. It's 10, so there's no reduction in other words.
We're not creating lots.
But I agree, we're not creating lots.
I think it's back to 10, we're not. If you go back to 5.10, that's the discussion we should be having for open space.
Mr.
This
Burns,
conversation is confusing because the applicant is cherry picking the provisions of the ordinance that are supposed to apply to them. They are using the workforce housing density bonus within this section to increase their net density. But they are not including, so their insistence that no new lots are being created results in the absurdity that we're trying to work through here, which is that, well, we can increase the net density even though we're not creating new lots, but we want to put more units on that, it really discusses kind of the context of new lot creation. But we're not going to reduce, we're not going to set aside the open space here because no new lots are being created. If you read this ordinance as a whole, you get a bonus. In exchange for that bonus, you set aside designated open space in the amount of the reduction in what you are giving that homeowner, a condo unit owner. What the applicant is proposing to give them is the four corners of their condominium building. That is substantially smaller than 10,000 square feet of a normal lot size. The LUZO gives you two frameworks to work from: a standard cluster subdivision, which allows you to reduce the minimum lot size by half in exchange for setting aside that other half of that 10,000 square feet as open space. The Luso then says for workforce housing, you can reduce that lot size to 1 square foot if you wanted to. You can make it as small as you want. But that difference has to be made up for in designated open space as to those 3 base units. And the applicant's insistence that rule doesn't apply to them results in this absurd cherry picking that we're trying to work through right now. The cleanest reading of this is that they have 3 base units that have been reduced to the size of the footprint of the condo. And in exchange for allowing them to increase that density on this lot, on this parcel, the difference between that reduction and 10,000 square feet must be set aside as open space according to your ordinance. The purpose here was to protect the owners within the subdivision and allowing them to have the amenities that you would like in a single family home on a smaller, denser footprint. And the applicant is taking the density that you get from the workforce provisions and the cluster divisions, but they're saying, well, we don't need to do the other half, which is setting aside designated open space to compensate for taking all of this and putting it on this.
I get it. Greg.
I just have one sort of common denominator here. I think I can hear and I've listened to what the board says, and the fact that the cluster provision provides you the calculations of how you could do it straightforward, but we've already agreed that there's no calculation showing how you calculate it for workforce housing. However, in the board, and I'm listening, is how do we protect the neighborhood and the neighbors in keeping open space? And that provision isn't in 516(2)(3) where it's cluster provisions under section 510. And we provided back in July an exhibit that actually has what we think is going to remain the passive space. Now, we use the term passive space because it's referenced in the open space provision of cluster, but we've already made a determination we're not a cluster. So I'm putting the board that they can use the ordinance, I think, to accomplish the goals. The straight language that we already know is that we're not a cluster provision. The ordinance is clear on that. But if we want to protect the neighborhood, we want to protect the open space, the passive recreation space. We provided numbers and exhibit way back in July. We haven't failed to present you with any information. It is there. There's a number in there that's 20,900 square feet. I think it's easy for the board to say, okay, Meredith, and you agree that we're not a cluster. You can't calculate it like that. But the provision that says the intent is to preserve open space, we've dedicated a number, I think under 510, that's something you guys can work with.
Kim, can I ask you a question? So, when I'm looking at their page 8 here and the passive outdoor living space, and they've got the 20,900 square feet identified. A fair portion of that is in the setbacks. And are there can you have like a play set in a setback? Can you have, a bike rack? Can you have, those kind of recreation related everyday things? Could you talk about what in the VR1 district, what kind of activities are allowed in the setback? Because I'm getting at is that a fair assessment of passive outdoor living space if a potential activity related to that isn't allowed in that?
You can't put tennis courts or swimming pools in the setback.
Yeah.
They have to be setbacks. Parking areas you can have in the setback, because there's no setback requirement for parking areas with driveways. As far as a play.
A play set.
Play set, it depends. Some are pretty elaborate and they're
yeah,
wooden and they're big and they're, I permitted those.
mm-hmm.
Is it a structure? Of course, doesn't,
Yeah.
it's not exempt under the setback or structure definition.
But like,
But you
Yeah.
can play there.
yeah, you
You
can.
can play there. of
Low
course.
intensity, I mean, the guidance is agriculture, low intensity recreation, walking, I mean, it's clear that the ordinance said what was excluded.
Mhm.
You mentioned tennis courts. But also, what is in some of that space right now? It was a garden, right?
Mhm.
How many people go out, it's passive recreation, go weeds or plant, I mean, that's open green space, you tend to your shrubs because
So-
it's actually activity.
Yeah, so just for the board's knowledge, I just want to make sure that when we're talking about passive outdoor living space. And that is in the setbacks, that those kind of passive outdoor living space activities can exist in, in that area, but not structures.
Yeah, if you look at page 20 and 23 in the subdivision ordinance, it says that open space, if it's applied, the open space shall not include rights of ways, parking areas, tennis courts, swimming pools, or other areas of impervious
Yeah,
surface or similar recreational development. Your question gets at the point, if this is not applicable, and we're proceeding into 5.10 to have this discussion,
Mhm.
then I think there's a bit more flexibility. I think what Kim is saying is you can have flat, paved or impervious structures, because it has no setback requirement, driveways, parking areas. But what I'm trying to calibrate now really is the benefit of the protections that are frankly referenced in both 5.16.3, 0.2.3. The use of open space may be further limited or controlled at the time of final subdivision approval if necessary to limit impact to adjacent properties. Well, I think you could get at that goal or objective under 5.10. I just want to be certain that the board is finished with its review of 5.16.2.3. It sounds like you are, but you need to take it one step beyond this project's workforce housing, because there is this somewhat inconsistent treatment of cluster subdivisions, and I grant Noel his point that if you view workforce housing projects that are also cluster housing, I don't know how it would be. I'd like to understand that one better now, but if you grant that there's supposed to be some calculation, it'd be helpful if the applicant would tell us what they think the calculation would be, and for the interested party to tell us what the calculation would be, because then we could then wrestle with is that consistent, coherent with the language? By the way, I don't find anything that supports the notion that yard area can't be included in open space. I don't see it in the plain text of the subdivision ordinance. So, can you enlighten us, Noel, as to how the exclusion under A, 3A applies one more time, open space requirement for workforce housing?
If we were proposing a cluster provision whereby we would have lots that are being reduced lower than the minimum lot size required. And those lots had provisions that were similar to the ones that we have related to workforce housing. That would be a cluster provision, a cluster subdivision with workforce housing, a cluster and workforce housing project. So the key for workforce housing is the requirement that lots are set aside for workforce housing.
So, in other words, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, Meredith, go ahead.
I think one of the things that's hanging us up is because we keep on talking about the two, there's the assumption that cluster housing offers more affordability, and it doesn't. It is a different way to do a subdivision. And I'm thinking of, for instance, the Acadian farm as you go to Bar Harbor. It was a subdivision. They didn't want to break up all of the big open space. So they put all the houses together, and those nice expensive homes are clustered together and they share the ownership of all the land around, and that allows for the subdivision to have more open space, and more recreation space. So if you were just doing a cluster subdivision, it wouldn't be anything about making it more affordable. It would be about allowing less destruction of nature and more openness. So they're saying you can have the lots smaller and you can cluster them together, but you're not actually changing the density, because you're going to take those smaller lots and you're going to take their land out of them and you're going to make it shared open space that can't be. It's an environmental move. It's all about preserving more open land.
So
making-
sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's totally different than making it affordable. Is the reduction in lot size has nothing to do with the workforce housing, reducing the lot size so that they're buying less, so it's more affordable to people.
So there are cluster subdivisions, there are cluster workforce subdivisions, and there are workforce subdivisions and regular subdivisions. And we just had a finding that we're talking about a workforce subdivision here.
Right. And I just felt like Andy was getting stuck on how is there a revision in the cluster housing? It doesn't make any sense to have the cluster subdivision development without saying you're making the lot smaller because you're making open space. That's an environmental move. And then you say, if you want to do a cluster and you want to do workforce, this is how we calculate it.
Yeah. And we just had a finding that this is a workforce subdivision, and that going back to 510(2), the board may require that the subdivider reserve an area of land as an open space. And isn't that the big question here? Are we gonna require these guys to reserve an area of land as open space? And if they do, and if we do, what is that calculation? And is that calculation relative to the guidance provided in the subdivision ordinance?
Yeah, so you've actually helped me progress my understanding of what the ordinance could mean in a way that's logically coherent. So can I try this on you? You've already found that under 5.7, you've determined that this project is a workforce housing subdivision, and you're sticking with that under 5.16.2. Why don't you make the further finding that this is not a cluster workforce housing subdivision? Because I think if you make that finding, then you don't get into the initial logical inconsistency of the second sentence of 3A. I now see where you're coming from. You're saying that you could have a form of cluster workforce housing. Don't know if that makes total sense to me, but that's an interpretation, and I think that would be a reasonable interpretation. And you're not required to take the most reasonable interpretation. You just need to have a reasonable interpretation of that provision. So if that's where you're progressing, and I understand Meredith's example of what cluster housing objectives are, it is to preserve open space. And what it may be saying is you can't have both cluster and cluster workforce housing. And if you do, you give back the bonus density. So you're down to 3 units as opposed to 6 for purposes of this project. But I don't think we need to go into that level of detail. I think all we need to say is this is not a cluster workforce subdivision, because there's been some confusion on that. And I think it would help the record if you said that.
Not trying to talk in circles, Andy, but didn't we do that already by saying this is a workforce subdivision?
In your mind, you have, but I'm not sure anybody reviewing it would understand what are you doing about that second sentence of ag? And that's what I'm trying to get to. Because that's the last thing that's left for me under 5.16.2 subsection 3 is how you deal with that second sentence of ag. I think I now understand, you're saying as a board, you interpret this project to not be a cluster workforce subdivision project. It's strictly a workforce subdivision project. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, because you don't have to, because you're not dealing with cluster housing. That's a subset of cluster.
Subset, yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't want to negate cluster housing either in your original motion. So I'm just trying to get you to do enough so that on review, any reviewing authority will understand your finding and how it ties back to the text of the ordinance. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Why wouldn't we do that? I mean, when I would get to.
So I'd want as a friendly amendment to your earlier motion that simply says the project is a workforce housing subdivision and is not a cluster subdivision project.
Who made the last motion?
I think Meredith did.
It's a workforce subdivision. It's not a clustered workforce subdivision.
I was gonna say whoever made the last amendment should just, or last motion should be making an amendment to say, just add it is not cluster.
The motion was, Tracy moved and Dave seconded that, section 516(2)(3) under section 5.7, the board has, cannot read my own writing, previously determined that this is workforce housing and not cluster housing.
We already,
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yep, that's an amendment to your earlier
Yeah.
motion. I think that's a little bit more clear. So
Is that your amendment?
And this is the motion that was made and voted.
Yeah, so do we even need to amend that?
oh, I've not heard the tag on that. You think the tag was in the original motion? Not,
The
not
original
a cluster.
motion was, Tracy and Dave, section 516(2)(3). Under section 5.7, the board has previously determined that this is workforce housing and not cluster housing.
Just check the way you stated. Actually, I think you gotta use the word subdivision, not
Yeah.
housing in that motion. It's workforce subdivision, not a cluster
Yep.
subdivision. Okay. Substitute the word housing, take that out and substitute the word subdivision for housing. This project is a workforce
So-
subdivision, is not a cluster
We'll need
subdivision.
a
project.
revision then, yeah.
Yeah.
So then Heidi or Tracy
Tracy.
needs to
Yep.
amend that.
So I would like to amend that, so it said subdivision, not housing.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. So we've been at it for 3 hours and 15 minutes. You think a 5-minute break? Andy, guys,
Yes.
all right, all those in favor for a 5-minute recess?
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith. And myself, William Hanley, I. We're back. Can you hear us, Meredith? We're back.
Yes, you guys aren't very good at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So if I could make a suggestion for the board.
Yes.
through the chair.
Yeah,
I've kind of looked ahead and looked behind. I looked behind for 5.10, looked ahead for what's left in section 5 of the entire section 5. There isn't much left to go.
No.
I almost think that what you might want to do is reserve, because over the break, I figured out a few questions that I think could help to bring a cohesive interpretation around what the open space requirement should be and how it should be legally set aside. I think legally set aside should be done under 5.7.2. And it may be that what should be set aside, what amount should be set aside, should be decided in the 5.7.10. But I'm not done yet in my brain with how the board's interpretation squares with the plain text of 5.16.2 subsection 3. But I'm not sure if it matters if my brain get there quite yet. Because I think the rest of 5.16.3, development layout, road frontage requirements, setbacks, public land and facilities. This stuff is gonna be so much easier than this open space piece. And my sense is, if you give me a little bit of time, my brain may be able to finish the way of how you integrate 5.10 with 5.16.3. As a preview of coming attractions, I would ask a couple of questions to the applicant through the chair.
Right now.
I could do it as a preview of coming attractions, or we could wait until you finish up with
I mean, it's,
4 through 14, because you don't have much left to do.
yeah, no, I definitely would,
Okay. That's fine, I can defer, it's your review.
yeah.
Good.
So we can plow through 4 through 14, which
Yes,
Okay.
is straightforward. So 516. Point 516.2.4, that talks about development layout, and each lot or building must be an element of an overall plan for the entire parcel. When the development consists of the creation of lots, plan shall establish a building envelope for each lot for which the buildings will be located. When the development involves construction of multiple buildings on one or more lots, the plan shall show the general location of each building. The plan shall show location, size of building envelopes, roads, easements, common areas, common structures, parking areas, footpaths, private yard space related to individual residential units. The placement of buildings and treatment of spaces shall reflect the purpose of this section, meet all the other relevant requirements of this ordinance. Okay, they've got I mean, we refer to the C1 plan under tab 10 all the time.
yeah.
Correct.
So maybe if there's no discussion, maybe a motion on development layout.
What was that plan reference, Mr. Chairman?
It's tab 10.
C1,
C1.
as evidenced by plan of the Heelway subdivision, site utilities in geometric plan C1. Section 5.16.2.4, development layout is,
Standards we met.
the standard has been met.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. 516.2.5.
5.
Road frontage requirement. Only the lot over which the main access road lies shall meet the required road frontage for which the zone it is located. Other lots may have less or no road frontage as determined by the planning board.
So,
Dimensional standards of the district have no requirement for road frontage of home. In any form of subdivision.
So the dimensional standards of the village residential 1 district do not have any dimensional requirements for road frontage. Therefore, section 5.16.2.5 is not applicable.
so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. 5.16.2.6 setbacks. The planning board may reduce the side and rear setback requirements for the internal lot lines of the project, but not the setbacks from the boundaries with adjacent parcels. Does the board have any desire to reduce the side and rear setbacks requirements for the internal lot lines of the project?
Around and.
No.
There are not any. So therefore, as evidenced on tab 10, drawing C1, there are no internal lot lines of the project, and therefore section 5.16.2.6 is not applicable.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. 5.16.2.7, public lands and facilities. The town must approve any provisions for maintenance and upkeep of public land and facilities within subdivision. As evidenced by the application, there are no public lands and facilities being proposed, and therefore 5.16.2.7 is NA.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. 5.16.2.8, protection of natural and scenic features. Building envelopes, proposed buildings, roads, or other improvements shall be located to preserve the existing scenic and natural features of the property to the greatest extent practicable. As evident. Actually, as evidence on the amended L1 plan. And the Greg, you said grading plan? The C1 plan, tab 10. So, as evidenced on the table 10 C1 plan and the amended L1 plan. The standard of section 5.16.2.8 has been met.
Tracy Keller, so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, I. 5.16.2.9, streets, access to public ways, internal circulation and parking shall be designed to provide for vehicular and pedestrian safety and convenience, emergency and fire equipment, snow removal, street maintenance, refuse collection, and other delivery and collection services.
There are no streets, they're just a drive.
There are no streets. Given that there is a driveway serving only one lot, the provision of section 5.16.2.9 streets is NA.
Sure.
Yes,
I have an objection for the record.
yeah,
The subsection you just referenced, while it begins with the title streets, the actual language does not specify that the standard is specific to streets or roads only. And therefore, the abutters object on the basis that this is an applicable standard. To the extent that the board reviews the standard substantively, the applicant objects on the basis that the applicant has provided no plan for snow removal from the road or driveway.
So, there is a body of law that says, including the decisions of our law court, that says that headers are, illustrative and not, intended to necessarily express the full intent of the full provision. What seems to me interesting is that This is a subdivision ordinance and it primarily contemplates for all land subdivisions. And so not surprisingly, it says, when you bring your subdivision street down to a public way, you better make sure it fulfills this. But I have to agree with Mr. Burns on this one. I don't think the header streets is wholly expressive of the intention of this provision. It's just saying access from public ways, internal circulation and parking shall be designed to provide for vehicular and pedestrian safety and convenience, emergency and fire equipment, snow removal, street maintenance, refuse collection, and other delivery and collection services. I'd say on this one, you may want to try to get to a finding that the standard is met and just ask the applicant for evidence as to the standard.
Greg, you've got your hand up.
I think that, the evidence is in the record. First, we have the solid waste department, that they have adequate provisions. That's on tab, 9. Capacity litters, the plans, showed, and we've discussed multiple times that there's adequate space for vehicles to turn and go out. We've also showed and have indicated prior that there's space for plowing that is down, internal to the site here, and that there is space for plowing, within the site, like any driveway, and as we testified before. We have met with the fire chief, so, I think if we go through each one of those provisions, pedestrian safety, you've got the traffic report under, exhibit 14. Emergency and fire equipment, there is a fire hydrant directly adjacent site. There are roads on nearly all sides of this development. There's no removal, there's space to plow snow towards the back end of the subdivision. Street maintenance is evidenced by the condo declarations which require them to maintain it. Refuse, you have a letter under tab 9, and other delivery service and collection services. So, in spite of the heading, I think you have some evidence to consider.
You may want to start the motion with a phrase based on evidence presented.
Okay, so based on evidence presented in multiple exhibits to the applicant's submission. The provision of 5.16.2.9, the standard has been met.
Dave Ashmore, second.
Yeah, all those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph,
aye.
did you not? Yes, Randolph, I.
All right, great. And myself, William Hanley, aye. 5.16.2.10 drainage. Adequate provision shall be made for management of stormwater runoff and erosion control. Greg, could you remind us what tab that's under?
The grading plan that shows the stormwater management is in tab 10. You have the erosion and sedimentation control in tab 8. And you have the supporting calculations and documentation for the stormwater management report under exhibit 16. So it'd be tab 10, erosion control is 8, and stormwater calculations under tab 16.
You did such a good job last meeting, Tracy.
As evidenced in the application, at tab 8, from the erosion and sediment management narrative, for Hillway subdivision. Tab 10, the Mount Desert Water District letter of February 7th, 2023. And further on in the stormwater management report for Hillway subdivision, the standard has been met.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye. 5.16.2.11 sewage disposal. Subdivisions shall be served by public sewer and shared subsurface systems unless planning board finds that these systems are not practicable or permissible under the state Maine plumbing code. as evidence.
As evidenced in the application, this lot will be connected to the public sewer system and is the standard has been met.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
and myself, William Manley, I. 5.16.2.12 water supply. The subdivision shall be connected to a common water supply distribution system unless the planning board finds that A, adequate groundwater is available at all locations proposed for individual water systems, and B, the groundwater sources proposed for the individual water systems is safe from both on-site and off-site contamination.
This again, I think is intended to apply to a raw land subdivision.
Yeah.
So what I would do is simply make a finding as to 12 that the subdivision is served by public water from the Mount Desert Water District, and therefore the standard is met. Because you could read a common water supply and distribution system to be the water district system, but
Standard is met, and Greg, can you refer us again to where the letter from the water supply?
9, the water district has a letter that adequate water supply exists
There you go.
in the public water system.
Tracy Keller, so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Manley, I. 5.16.2.13. Utilities. All utilities shall be installed underground unless specifically waived by the planning board. Transformer boxes, pumping stations, and meters shall be screened from view from public locations. Is that tab 10 C1, Greg?
Yeah, all the utilities are underground, and then the L1, where the single transformer between the buildings, shows screening in front of it.
As evidenced by the submission under tab 10, the Heelway subdivision site utility and geometric plan C1, the standard has been met.
and can you add the screening of the single above ground transformer and reference plan L1?
And on plan L1, there's a single transformer that is well screened.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Manley, I. 5.16.2.14 buffering. Forest management, planting, landscaping, disposition, and form of buildings, fencing, and screening shall be used to integrate the proposed development with the landscape and character of any surrounding development.
Make the motion as evidenced by the L1 plan. The standard has been met.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Quick question, do we mean L1 or C1?
L1.
L1 is the one that shows the plants.
L1 is the one that shows the plants. It's the amended landscape plan.
Right, and it seems like all the utilities are on C1.
We're on 14.
Yeah, we're on
Buffering.
14, Meredith.
But the last few questions that we had, we kept on saying L1, and I think we meant C1.
So,
You did both.
yeah, we did, it's on 13, the meter is on, the transformer is on L1.
Oh, it's on L1.
The screening of it.
Ah, okay. Sorry.
Mhm.
Randolph,
All right, and myself, William Hanley, aye. So there, Andy, we got through section, all the rest of it.
So if I could, I propose that the board defer findings on open space under 5.16.3 just for the moment and proceed to 5.10. If I could ask 2 questions through the chair to the applicant.
Didn't we come to, we voted on 5.16.2.3.
Yes, but I may want you to supplement your findings so that we can make sure that your finding on that particular standard is defensible. So that's where I'm going.
But I just wanted to make sure you knew that we voted on that.
You voted so far, but it doesn't mean that you're necessarily done in my brain. So just bear with me, Meredith. It'll become clear where I'm going on this. So there are views, not just here in this room, but expressed by others as to what in God's name 5.16.3 means. So I do think your interpretation has to be grounded in the text of the ordinance. So far, so good. But what I'd like to do is go to 5.10 and just wrestle with the question of what are you going to do about open space and or recreational area for use by property owners in the subdivision? Because I do think that's an appropriate focus. But I think there are 2 questions. How much is required by this ordinance? And then the second question is, how do you propose to set it aside with a condition of approval that will assure that there is a floor that can't then be lowered to go below the floor? And I think there's really 2 purposes. One is stated in 5.10, the other is stated in 5.16.3.2.3, which says the use of open space may be further limited or controlled at the time of final subdivision approval if necessary to limit impact to adjacent properties. I don't want the board to have to go back through the discussion for the moment on 5.16.3.2.3, but I do think there's 2 provisions of this ordinance that express what's the open space for. One is it's for the unit owners and one is for the abutters. And I think there's something that this board could do under 5.10 that would protect both interests. And I'm going to try through questions to the applicant to get at that. May I, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So through the chairman, I would ask the applicant 2 questions. One is, Mr. Musson, this is directed to you. If you can go to La La Land and just assume that 5.16.2.3 applies just for the moment, and you had to do a calculation starting with 30,000 square feet, essentially 3 units times 10,000 square feet each. So you start with 30,000, and then you deduct from those the footprint of the 3 non-bonus units. What do you think roughly that calculation would be? Does it turn out to be less than 20,900 square feet?
I'm not sure I can answer that. Maybe Greg has a better sense of what the size is. We'd have to go back and look.
Yep, take your time.
The question.
So can we have the footprint of these buildings?
Yeah, the footprint is about 4,200 square feet in total.
So for 3 units, it's 4,200 square feet total?
That is for the, let's see. Proposed building and deck would be the 4 buildings is 4,200 square feet.
Okay.
Existing buildings 2144. And all the other proposed ones are 4,200. So that's 4,200 out of 5 units.
So again, if you start with 3 units, which if you were to apply 5.16.2.3, you'd use as a starting point 3 times 10,000. That's 30,000, and deduct from that the footprint of the 3 units, which you're saying is 4,200 square feet in total.
Correct.
Okay. So somebody got a calculator?
Calculating.
20,500, that's with taxes. 20,580. 25,000.
It was 40 what? 4,000 what?
4,200 square feet.
Or 500.
Under 25,000.
Yes. 25,000.
So just for the benefit of the board and the parties, what I've looked at is, the plain language of the ordinance. I've also looked at how Maine Municipal has interpreted 5.16.2 in the context of the workforce housing subdivision. And I think that there is a way to set the requirement under 5.16.2 subsection 3, and then use 5.10 to set the set aside requirement that you're gonna set aside 20,900 square feet, which is actually more than the 25,800 square feet that might be calculated under 5.16.2. What I'm not trying to do is,
And you sure about that?
close this out quickly. I'm just
4,200 square feet is for 5 buildings, first of all, and secondly, 25,000 is greater than 25.
That's $840 per unit. And footprint. 2,500.
The calculation ends up being more than,
30,000 minus 4,200 is more than 20,100. I agree. Yep. So I'm trying to make sense of 5.16.2 subsection 3, open space. And the board has given an interpretation that I think we can rely upon, and maybe we stay there. But if there's a way to develop a calculation of open space under 5.16.2.3, and then create the legal set aside under 5.10, you'd be wormed out in suspenders in terms of any subsequent review of your findings. Trying to get to what are the robust findings under this specific section look like.
you guys gonna calculate something?
I think we haven't made the determination that the calculations for cluster provision apply or they don't apply.
So if we can just go,
So
we're under 510 right now.
Mhm.
If you are interested in thinking about what I think Mr. Hamilton is trying to get to, a number that we can use for open space. A simple way to do it might be if you just said every unit could require 10,000 square feet. So we have 6 units and we're deducting 3 of those, that leaves. The difference between that 40,000 square feet for each of the units that we have and total lot area is like 800 square feet. We actually have an area of the property that we could think about dedicating for open space, which is like twice that size.
couple of provisions, and I'm gonna put it out there. You're asking us the ordinance language, we're not under cluster, so it doesn't give us a calculation. But I will submit that the ordinance, guys, follow. The ordinance requires for 10,000 square, you to get a single family home, or you get a duplex. Possibly that, we agree that the minimum lot size, without doing a cluster, without doing a workforce housing, a regular subdivision for each 1 or 2 family dwelling, you need 10,000 square feet. That, everybody's Meredith, we're there. So if you took this project, I'm only supposing this, for every 1 family, you get 10,000. For every 2 family, what did we just say? Single lot size of 10,000 square feet is for 1 or 2 family. That's what the ordinance allows. So you have 10,000 for a duplex. Right, we just decided that. You have 10,000 for the other duplex, you have 10,000 for the single family dwelling. So go back, just, I don't want to be repetitive, but it's gonna be a leap here. The ordinance allows a duplex on 10,000 square feet. Allows a single family on 10,000 square feet. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 structures that under the normal ordinance would require 40,000 square feet. The lot size would be 39,204. So the area set aside could be, if you're inventing formulas, which we are in here, around that 800 square feet is the delta between workforce housing and the allowable lot size.
I see your calculations. I'm just trying to figure out where you're taking that in terms of the open space requirement.
Where do you want to put 800 square feet?
We have reserved an area on the plat that is 45 by 36, which is on the final plat plan, which you already have. That's dedicated open space, and it's always been for preserved. We called it as, the plat plan.
The wooded buffer is like.
That this one?
Wood buffer preserve.
I'm not sure this is the right one.
That area is 45 foot by 36 feet wide. And that has traveled on each one of the plans you're seeing, not from just the submission of final plat. It's been on the original site plan as in, tab 10, you'll see that same area listed. You also see it as, on the utility plan, and it's also on the final plat plan. That area is 1,600 square feet, which would be twice the area if we allow our land, as Mr. Hamilton suggested we have this conversation, where you would land. 4 buildings under the standing ordinance would allow 10,000 square feet for, which is 40,000, which is 796. Yep. That area is 45 by 36, which is 1,600 square feet.
But what were the dimensions that add to 1,600 square feet? Right?
45 by 36. That is the only conceivable way that you could make a determination without any math in the order.
That's the challenge of the ordinance is you can have a difference of view as to whether the open space requirement under 5.16.2.3 applies. But once you do that, what's the calculation? So, I appreciate this is helpful. What you're saying is, if you wanted to do 4 buildings with a combination of duplexes and single family, it's 10,000 square feet in any event for those 4 buildings, whether they're single family or duplex. That's 4 times 10,000, 40,000 square feet. You've got 39,204 as an available development parcel. So there's a lack of 800 square feet. You can get that back by taking the wooded buffer area and adding that into your existing proposal, 20,900 square feet.
No, that's part of it. Part of it.
That's
Part of it.
And that is being instrumentally and legally restricted.
So can we go to that for a second, because maybe we can find our way back to the calculation. What would the applicant propose? And you said we should go back to 5.10 to set the way in which the passive recreation / open space area to be thought about. What's the proposal of the applicant in response to the board's question? How are you going to achieve what's required under 5.10.2, which is a reservation of an area?
A reservation is that it's a piece of land that is 1,600 square feet that shall never be developed, it's restricted on the plat.
Well, a covenant of some kind.
Well, it's there, we've started that drumbeat. we already have to add the condition we spoke about before. And we want to, legally restrict that area from any further development.
Under 5.10.2, you're saying. Based upon the use as one exemplar of the wooded buffer area. You would set that aside in perpetuity. You'd subject that to either deed condition such that it could never be used for anything except the wooded buffer area, or you'd subject it to some form of conservation easement.
I think it's a no-build zone and permanently protected buffer.
What would make sense as counsel, Mr. Pelleggi, to the applicant in terms of how you would create that no build zone to be maintained as a wooded buffer? What?
I haven't said anything yet.
Okay.
I mean, I believe that the board should condition approval, first of all, indicate that that's a permanent condition of the plan, that the area is being permanently preserved as open space. The plan gets recorded. And it's protected.
I think such a condition could be formulated. I just want to take a moment with the board. As though we're alone on an island for a moment, and just ask you this question. What forms the basis for your comfort on 5.16.2.3? That there is no calculation under the ordinance for a workforce housing subdivision for the open space.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I've been looking hard for it too, and I haven't seen it either. The purpose section has informed some commentators. They've said that the purpose of the cluster and workforce subdivision standards to encourage new concepts of cluster housing with maximum variations of design that will result in, and as you read down, yeah, you actually don't see open space. Okay, result in, oh yes, it does. First one, permanently protected open space and recreation areas. They've got the passive recreation. I can't get beyond the purpose section, which is not intended to provide a standard review. It's simply explaining the purpose of the section, but I can't get beyond the purpose as not applying to a workforce subdivision because of the way the purpose section is framed. That's my problem.
I mean, Andy, couldn't the board in some ways just have a finding relative to the calculation we just went to as satisfying the requirement of the reservation of land as open space or recreational area?
So you do it under 5.10 and you leave 5.16.2 alone.
Mhm.
Because that only applies to cluster housing
Mhm.
and just stand on. Okay. But I'm not sure you need to do anything more tonight other than work out the reservation of open space under 5.10.2.
Mhm.
Unless anybody's got further thoughts on the purpose section and what that's supposed to mean in under 5.16.
You know, I think we've clarified what the project is in terms of cluster subdivision versus workforce housing subdivision.
Yep.
So I don't know why we would have to circle back to 5.16. And it just seems like we're at 5.10 too. other than maybe just a
Yeah.
conclusionary finding on
Let's go back to
516.
that too.
So there's gotta be an omnibus finding on the whole project. I was just trying to
Yeah,
sort through 5.16.2.3 one last time, I think.
That we were responsible for that.
yeah, and then don't we need to go back and have a finding then on 4404, section 9?
Yes, you did.
Conformity with local ordinances.
Yeah, that's a good reminder, Tracy.
I'm concerned, Andy, that you're trying to come up with a calculation out of 5.16.2.3 is actually going to undermine our conclusion that it's not, that this isn't cluster housing, and we've decided it isn't relevant. There,
You misunderstand me, Meredith. I'm not trying to in any way undermine what I think is a solid finding. It's got good foundation. We may just have to accept the fact that Mr. Burns, on behalf of the interested persons, is just going to agree to disagree with us. I was just trying to see if there was some tenable way to get there under 5.16.2 subsection 3. But I don't think there is. I think we just have to stick with this is cluster housing and not. It is not cluster housing and this is workforce housing, and it's not cluster workforce housing as your motion that was made clarified.
Mr.
I
Burns.
just have a procedural clarifying question, maintaining objection, et cetera. Did the board affirmatively vote on the applicability of subsection 3? I don't recall there being a final conclusion as to where the board landed.
I don't believe we did.
So I would ask the board to confirm findings.
Greg.
I just wanted to add or make sure the board understands that the calculation provided, but section 510 says you may require the reservation of open space. So we have something on the table that says you can, something we think is fair, maybe it's procedurally supported, which is different than having to classify as cluster subdivision. So we have no issue with going back to 16.3 to say that the calculations do not apply. But I wanted to assure the board and how they're adjudicating this, that there is a place for that open space, and that's on the 510.
I do think that we have to 5.16.1.1 says permanent it is saying that it's relevant in relationship to workforce housing in the purpose permanently protect open space and recreation areas. So I think that is where we find in that we better actually vote at 5.10 that is the allotted area of wood buffer, that's where we're fulfilling that there. I don't see any place where we can apply calculations, and I guess I just think trying to extract a calculation out of 5.16.2.3 is not that's about cluster housing, and cluster housing can't happen without the land that it shifts, it shrinks the lots to enlarge open area. So it's sort of completely a different concept, and I don't see how you could extract a calculation from that and apply it to workforce. To me, I see them as two very different concepts.
Yeah. Now you've helped me get there, Meredith. What I would suggest to the board for consideration is that you do return briefly to 5.16.2. Excuse me, 5.16.1 first, and determine that the project is a workforce subdivision and therefore does have to permanently protect open space and recreational areas. and make that finding. And then secondly, I'm gonna have you make the finding that was suggested in the colloquy between the chair and the applicant's representative earlier, where he said, look at the plain language of 3A, which says the total area dedicated for open space must equal or exceed the sum of the area by which the building lots are reduced below the minimum lot size otherwise required for the respective zone. There, as has been pointed out, there are no internal building lots. So that's another basis on which to say 3 is not applicable. So I'm gonna try to build the motion, the final summary motion, that 0.1 is applicable, but it's met by going over 5.10 and using the permanent protection of open space and recreational areas, and then coming back down into 3 and adding one further finding before you make a summary finding that 3 is not applicable, by noting that the plain text of 3A refers to the area by which building lots are reduced below the minimum lot size otherwise required for the respective zone. Because we have building units, and this developmental subdivision is it can fit within the subdivision ordinance, but it takes the type of work that you've been doing as a board to look at each section and apply it. And so I'm more comfortable now with what Meredith has said, and I'd go in that direction.
Can start with the first finding under section 5.16.1. The purpose is definitely a workforce subdivision, and under 5.16.1.1, it does have permanently protected open space and recreation areas. Or it shall have permanently protected open space and recreation areas.
Sounds good. As a motion.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Self, I.
and myself, William Hanley, aye.
Now, if you proceed down under 0.3 one last time, and just add to the underlying motion that said this is a workforce subdivision, not a
Okay.
cluster subdivision, just add that the plain text of A, and just read the plain text of A says that, and there are no, this is a single lot project. It's a developmental subdivision, that is a single lot project. Therefore, that whole section 3 is not applicable.
Give it a try. I'll make a finding that under 5.16.2.3 open space requirements. This that we're dealing with. For the workforce housing.
Subdivision.
Workforce subdivision and not a cluster subdivision. And under 5.16.2.3A, the total area dedicated for open space must be equal or exceed the sum of the area by which the building lots are reduced below the minimum lot size otherwise required for the respective zone, i.e. the non-cluster subdivision minimum lot size, open space requirements for workforce housing. When calculating the open space requirements for qualified workforce housing development, the density bonus units shall be excluded. And then I'm saying what's next?
Based upon that cumulative finding, that 5.16.2.3 does not apply to this project.
Do I read all of 3 or just 3A?
You've already read 3A.
Yeah.
I think Heidi can just refer back at a time where she has more opportunity to look at the text of 3A. To
Okay,
just include that in your cumulative motion. So
okay,
if a workforce subdivision, it's not a cluster subdivision project. The plain text of 3A says that it's to reduce the minimum lot size for building lots. We have a single lot developmental subdivision,
Yeah.
and therefore 3 is not applicable.
so moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Manley, aye. Good job.
Now,
with the
now you go to
motions.
5.10. And then the question is, given that you've decided that 5.16.1 subsection 1 permanently protect open space and recreational areas. That's gotta be done by a legally enforceable instrument. It could be done through a deed restriction. My suggestion to the board is that you require that the applicant set aside as a no development area, the wooded buffer under a deed restriction. Such that that area is designated on a plan that's attached to the deed and that land can't be used for development. It's permanently protected as a wooded buffer.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
and myself, William Manley, aye.
Did you guys define what is permanently protected?
On the plat.
Oh, okay. Identify the area on the plat, okay. Want to make my notes for correct, I'm sorry for the.
No worries. You had reminded us, Tracy, that we needed to return to one of the subdivision law standards.
Yeah, it's section 4404. Review criteria 0.9, conformity with local ordinances and plans. The proposed subdivision conforms with a duly adopted subdivision regulation or ordinance, comprehensive plan, development plan, or land use plan, if any. In making this determination, the municipal reviewing authority may interpret these ordinances and plans, and then I don't know how you discuss what that is.
Yeah, it's just,
It's a citation.
yeah.
Oh, the citation doesn't need to be part of the motion. Making
No.
this determination, municipal review authority may interpret those ordinances and plans. That's just the origin of that statutory provision. In brackets, is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just the origin of the statutory provision.
Right.
Came out of a 1989 public law.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Though, the proposed subdivision conforms with the duly adopted subdivision regulation, ordinance, comp plan, development plan, or land use plan, if any. And so, you know, if you had a former vote that was a negative position on a standard of one of the ordinances, can you, I mean, or I don't know if I should say can, or should you be voting in favor of a blanket conformance to all ordinances?
So you're referring back to your vote on the compatibility standard at 6A1.
Yeah,
Mhm.
You have two choices.
mhm,
You can either decide that, although there was not compliance or conformance with 6A1, that generally the subdivision complies in general conformity with all the laws, or you could dissent from the vote and just note that your dissent is only as to 6A1.
so that's like,
Otherwise, you find conformity.
mhm,
Either way is acceptable.
okay.
So I could say, like, to make a finding that
Well, motion.
a motion
Based on the evidence presented.
Mhm,
based upon the evidence presented that per
project meets the standard in.
The project meets the standard per section 444, conformity with local ordinances and plans.
What subsection is that?
I'm sorry, I
Nine.
missed that.
It's
Okay,
40, section 4409, 44.
4404.9.
subsection 9, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing.
Well, that's okay.
A lot of
Let me-
ambient.
Let me just restate what I think I heard you say, Tracy.
Okay.
You're saying based on the evidence presented, the Dealway subdivision complies with the standard at 30-A
Yes,
MRS,
yes,
section 4404, subsection 1. Was that your
that's
motion?
correct, yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All right, all those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, nay.
Can you explain your name, just so that it's clear on the record?
I explain it, so my nay is based upon my original position and vote on section 6A. Compatibility,
But otherwise, the project conforms?
yes.
Okay. That's the way I'd state it as a dissent, because I think that's important.
Mhm.
Okay, then you need an omnibus motion that the subdivision project is approved because it meets the requirements of both your subdivision and land use ordinance as well as the municipal subdivision review standards.
Mr. Burns, you have your hand up.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I would note that for purposes of any future appeal, the date of the vote approving the project would be the operative date for the purposes of the running of any appeal clock. The standard practice is therefore to hold a final vote until the board has had an opportunity to review a proposed written decision that would form the basis of any finding on appeal to ensure that the written decision date coincides with the date of the final vote. The citation there for the benefit of your attorney would be 30A MRS 4482A subsection 1.
So do you want to bring your phone up? Because that'll be a faster way to look at the provision you just cited. Yeah.
I don't think we ever had a vote on 5.10.
Did,
Yes, you did.
and you did.
Yeah, but this, the preview to this, and this arose out of the law court's review of the Camden case. This section governs a review process for a municipal land use decision that is not a significant municipal land use decision under 4482. What caused you to say this is not?
It's not a significant land use decision. That is a defined term that refers to something that's like over 30 decibels. And
Over what?
it's 70 acres, I believe.
4482 didn't say that.
It's defined in the large section.
Yeah, if you can find it for me, it'd be helpful. Because it also says it applies to a Board of Appeals decision, and I was like,
Attorney Hamilton, 4481, the significant municipal land use decision is defined as a final action on an application for a land use development project that is either submitted to the municipal reviewing authority as defined by section 4301 under municipal site plan ordinance or other municipal ordinance adopted under chapter 187. But only if the land use development consists of one or more buildings that occupy a total ground area in excess of 10,000 square feet or contain a total floor area in excess of 40,000 square feet, or a total ground area in excess of 3 acres occupied by buildings, parking lots, roads, pavement, etc.
Let me just, I'm gonna just pull up my own phone here for a second. So,
Andy, in a nutshell, what's the gist?
That is 30A MRS 4481.
he's trying to say that, the vote on the project has to coincide with the date of your written decision. And that isn't normal land use practice. Normal land use practice is Board of Appeals decisions are rendered on the evening that the vote is taken, and that's when the appeal clock starts. That's a 45-day appeal clock, unless there's a reconsideration. With planning board decisions, it's 30 days from the date of your written decision. You haven't issued your written decision yet. So there's no problem with conducting a vote tonight on the overall project. Remember, you've got one member of the board who's here tonight, but not here the next time we meet.
Mhm.
So it really matters that we get this right. So I'm just gonna suggest the board take a short break. We'll be back really short, and this is gonna be 5 minutes and no more than 5 minutes. Because we have to, I think, get this right.
All right, all those in favor of taking a short 5-minute break?
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye. Okay, we're back. Andy, perhaps you could describe the conundrum.
So, Mr. Ashmore is a sitting member until the 30th of this month.
If it closes.
Give me an odds of probability.
100%.
It's not close. So as of Monday, Mr. Ashmore will no longer be a resident of the town of Montezert. Therefore, he cannot be a member of the planning board beyond the 30th. I want to have the board conduct a final vote on the project because I think it's important to have the 4 members that have been reviewing this project to have a chance to vote on it. Mr. Burns has presented what I think is a practical conundrum for him and his clients. I'm not sure it's an issue just for the board, but the issue is that the legislature has amended the statutes in saying that there can't be an appeal of a municipal land use decision that is other than a significant municipal land use decision, if that's true. I'm just in the process of reviewing that. But if it's true that this is not a significant municipal land use decision, then you're supposed to conduct a final vote at the time you issue the decision. The decision for planning board practice is when you trigger the appeal clock and the appeal rights. With a board of appeals, you trigger appeal rights the moment the board votes. So it's not until you issue your decision typically that you do, but he's brought to my attention something that suggests, I've not had a chance to vet it thoroughly, that suggests that you have to pause your final vote until the time when you can review findings and then conduct your final vote. The problem that presents is it'll be 3 out of the 4 members. And so
Well, we have a regular planning board hearing tomorrow with only 2 items on the agenda. I mean, would it be any benefit to have a final vote then? No,
there's no way I can get findings together,
no.
or that Heidi could get findings together by tomorrow. Historically, the way this issue got addressed is planning boards would vote. And then they would say, you'll have our decision within 30 days. And we can generally, I think, comply with that. But what we can't do is comply within a couple of days. That just won't work. So therein is the commitment. I still think the board ought to vote tonight. If there needs to be a second vote conducted with less than all, that's fine. But I think there should be a final vote on the project tonight while you've still got all 4 board members. And then if you need to conduct a second vote at a later date at the time you review findings, that's when I think it's the final decision for purposes of this statute.
Why would we have a second vote?
Because typically, yeah,
final
well, let me describe to you, in response to your good question, how that could arise. So you want to conduct a final vote with these 4 members tonight, right? Just see where the four members come down on the project in terms of approval, okay? In order to approve the findings, you're gonna have to review them as individuals before you get to a deliberative meeting of the whole, whatever the whole is, that can vote on the project. Now you're down to 3 votes. That's still a quorum of the 5. I think it works. So I don't see where it's gonna change the result. It just changes the process. So I think you still ought to vote with Mr. Ashmore here, but remember that once we deliver findings to you, you've got to deliberatively go through those findings and make sure they square with this final vote. If they do, then you're gonna be approving them by a group that is 3 and not all 4. That would present issues if I thought there was a chance that we wouldn't get 3 of the 5, because you're a 5-member board regularly, right? Okay, so if we lose 1 vote, that's a problem for the project. At the time of findings. And so let me just go to the bottom line, Mr. Chairman. You voted on 4404-9, in a way that still allowed a majority vote to occur. If on the omnibus motion to approve the project, you vote in the same direction as you voted on 4404-9, we probably don't have a quorum of the 5. Follow me?
Yes.
Okay, that's the issue.
Oh, why do we have to vote twice, Sandy? I mean, why wouldn't if we
Do you want me
had,
to, do you want me to read the
had-
statute to you?
yeah,
Because I'm just reading it now myself.
I mean, if we had a final vote on it tonight, why isn't that the standing vote?
I think it is, and I think you should. The law has been that a planning board decision is not a final appealable action. It's not a final decision until your written findings issue. I need to look at this with Mr. Plaguey and Mr. Burns to make sure how this, how,
Andy, I don't recall ever doing it that way. Did it have,
what,
like,
to
have,
adopt findings after your vote
yeah.
as a board? You do that all the time. Are your minutes of your meeting tonight ready for you to act on tonight as your decision?
No.
No, so that's the problem. It's something where I'm grateful to Mr. Ashmore that he gave us cadence and pace to this review by saying, I'm not gonna be here after the 30th of October, but it does present this kind of gap.
So so legally, when we're like adopting the minutes of the previous hearing, that's essentially a legal finding a position on.
That starts the appeal clock, that's right.
But it doesn't change what our position is this evening here at 9:40, which is that we should just have a vote, and you guys are gonna have to figure out whether what you're finding out, but regardless, we need to have a vote now so we can go to bed.
Agreed.
So you go to bed, exactly.
Mr.
Sure. To put a fine point on our objection or concern here. If you vote tonight to approve the application prior to your attorney drafting the written findings and conclusion that would constitute that decision, then you will ultimately have to come back to ratify that decision. But the vote that you make tonight approving the application would constitute in our view, constitute a final decision.
No,
Or could be construed as constituting a final decision for the purposes of state statute, which would trigger a lot of consequences in terms of individuals' right to appeal and the town's own obligations in terms of furnishing a written decision. Our position is that it would be irregular and against the spirit of the statute that I cited to Attorney Hamilton to render a vote on this in the absence of reviewing a written decision that would actually constitute the basis of your decision. It seems like there is a consensus among the majority of you tonight that you are inclined to approve this application. However, a final vote to approve the application is just that, and the lot was treated as such, even in the absence of a written decision on the basis of any future review.
Here's where I'm gonna take you, Mr. Burns. I hadn't thought of it until you made the argument. So let me just take you there. So look at section 4.8, please, everyone, of the subdivision ordinance. This is what's gonna determine when there's a final decision, because the ordinance controls, not the state statute. The state statute says you can't file an appeal until you've got a final municipal land use decision, okay? What governs finality,
Where are you, Andy? What's that?
section 4.8. Says the board shall within 30 days of the completion of a public hearing, well, we're well beyond that. Or within 60 days of having received a completed application, we're well beyond that. Or within such other time limit as may be mutually agreed to, issue an order denying or granting approval of a subdivision. An order. You can't do that tonight. You can take the vote tonight, and I think you should, while Mr. Ashmore's still here as a member of the board. But you're not gonna issue an order tonight. And there's a chance you might be able to do it in November, but it's more likely December 13th. When you meet in December, that you'll be able to, give a final decision. And so what I think what you have to do is, determine who is required to mutually agree to this. Certainly the applicant. I'm not sure if it's anybody except the applicant and the board. And therefore, I think what you need is a motion, following the approval motion, that you'll get together on the 13th of December and you'll review very detailed and careful findings that will then constitute the final decision of this subdivision. So you're doing an approval vote to signal to the drafters of the findings, yeah. It's worthwhile, the board has settled and it's ready to approve the subdivision. That's instruction to us, go ye forth and put together an order of the planning board. And as you know from prior experience, the Superior Court will remand to this board if you don't make detailed findings. So we gotta make the findings. It takes a while to prepare those findings. Believe you me, I've thought about this for a few weeks now.
So we've got two motions before us.
Right, one to conduct the final vote on the project and, excuse me, the approval vote on the project. And then the second is to set the date for adoption of findings as your final decision. Because that's when you issue the order. You don't issue the order as of the approval vote. Not the way it works in planning board practice. I don't care what the statute says. And I think the statute essentially says, Mr. Burns is precluded from bringing an appeal until he's got a final decision. The decision is not final until the findings are adopted.
I appreciate that's your position, Attorney Hamilton.
It's what the ordinance says, and the law court will pay attention to what the ordinance says. So I guess I'd ask the applicant.
Our objection on procedural.
Okay, fair enough. I would ask the applicant if he would consent to the issuance of findings on December 13th. Because I think based on a careful conversation earlier today with Kim and Heidi, that's about as soon as we can get it together. So.
I think I kind of mutually agreed.
Yeah.
4.81.
So that would be the second vote. The first vote would be an omnibus approval vote.
So a motion to approve.
First, correct.
So Tracy Keller, I would make a motion to approve.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All right, all those in favor?
Before you do that, I would ask that it be on the basis that the project conforms with all standards reviewed under the subdivision ordinance and the land use ordinance and the municipal subdivision statute, those three sources.
Okay, I'll make
Yeah, just add to the motion, that's one.
just add the, that it conforms with the subdivision ordinance and land division ordinance and
State
the
statute.
state statute,
Land use ordinance, yeah.
land
yeah,
use ordinance.
Thank you.
So there's the motion, there's the second. All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
Myself, William Manley, nay.
Next motion?
I make a motion that on December 13th, we will have
Order
an order
with findings and
With-
conclusions.
with findings and conclusions. And that we will vote upon or sign or discuss.
You'll review the findings, make sure they do represent your findings, and then vote to approve those findings.
So moved.
Dave Ashmore, second.
All those in favor, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Manley, aye. I wanted to say one last thing. I want to say thank you to everybody, you know, it's was a lot. You know, it was a lot to ask of everybody, and I was proud of how civil the process remained through it all, regardless where we stand on it. So, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Mhm. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I think that's an order.
I would make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Dave Ashmore, second.
And one last discussion. I also wanted to thank Dave for all his fantastic years of service, you know, his level-headed voice always through it all. You know, Dave, you've been here on the table, at the table, on Zoom, through everything, through COVID. So I wanted to say thank you. It's been a pleasure having you on board.
Good, thank you. I will enjoy it all.
Yeah. All right. So all those in favor of adjournment, Tracy,
Tracy Keller, I.
Dave,
Dave Ashmore, aye.
Meredith,
Randolph, I.
myself, William Hanley, aye.
Wow.
You're gonna be tomorrow.